Wonderful, wonderful. It's great to see you. I think with that, I think we can get started. We have 20 people who have joined us so far today for what is going to be a fantastic event. We have a dynamite lineup of speakers throughout the course of the day. What I'll do first here as the moderator of these sessions is briefly introduce myself, give a few thoughts on the topic of green tech, cities, dwellings, and construction. And then I will introduce the first of our speakers today. And with that, also a big thank you to our speakers for joining us today. And a big thank you as well to our attendees for joining us today. We have quite a few sessions that we will get through. So I don't want to spend too much time, but do let me introduce myself. So my name is Lucas Neckerman. I wear 3 hats. I run a consulting company based in London that deals with smart cities and smart mobility. We consult companies of various sizes and anything from insurance to leasing and car manufacturers, but also recently a few real estate companies as well, who have asked us for insights around the books that we've written, Mobility Revolution, and also Smart Cities, Smart Mobility. In that context, I am very, very pleased to be joined by my colleague, Frederick John, who you will also see, who may step in a couple of times during the course of the day, as I may have to step out for 1 or 2 sessions. The second hat that I wear is I'm a COO of a company called Split. Split is the world's leading lifestyle services network. What that means is we aggregate things like food delivery, ride hailing, bike sharing, and scooter sharing into other people's applications. And the third hat that I wear is that I'm a resident of Camden. And I'm a very proud resident of Camden. In that context, I really do want to thank Camden Clean Air for putting together this event. They're a nonprofit action group aimed to reduce air pollution across the borough of Camden, but their footprint is clearly much wider than this, which we will see through the many attendees that join us today, which no doubt will extend beyond the borough of Camden, but surely even beyond the boundaries of our fine city of London. So the Camden Clean Air Initiative does brilliant work in the community, provides resources and toolkits on reducing air pollution, helping businesses, helping schools and households get involved. They run projects aiming to increase the EV charging infrastructure, just as an example, but also air quality sensors and putting in parklets and of course, low traffic neighborhoods. And I'm the happy beneficiary, in fact, of one of those in front of my own front door in Camden. Now, what is the connection between the world of mobility and the world of cities, and in particular infrastructure? That is something that, so Frederick and I have studied for quite a few years now, and the best way to describe it, the way that I've shared time and time again, is think of a city as a human body. So the transportation infrastructure of a city is its circulatory system. If it stops, the city stops. And hence we need it. But there are many other facets as well. Just a human body has a nervous system. It's got brains, it's got brawn, it's got muscles, it's got all kinds of things that make it work. And in the same sense, we have energy and infrastructure, data, systems, transportation, all coming together. It needs to come together and intermesh and work smoothly to, well, ultimately make the city more livable. That is, to my mind, one of the key objectives of a city. the quality of life that a city is able to provide is the secret to success. And we certainly have seen that in the course of the pandemic. We have not just once in a generation, but really once in a century opportunity now, and we do, in spite of the tragedy that many of us have in fact experienced through the course of the pandemic. There's, as with anything, also another side of things that we can consider, and that's the opportunity to reevaluate, to reimagine, and in the context of city and urban planning, rebuild the city that we want with the energy infrastructure that we need for cleaner air neighborhoods, with the use of public lands. How in fact are we using our streets? How are we allocating public space, such as our city streets, the streets in front of our homes? We have an opportunity to rethink the use of things like bikes. We have an opportunity to gather lots and lots of data. We have an opportunity here to, again, reimagine our city, the city that we want to live in, not the city just that we need to live in. And that's a key distinction that we make. We think that a city needs to, again, focus on quality of life, because that's really what draws people, and with people obviously comes all of the other things that come with it, such as culture and of course business as well. Now we have three headline topics for the day. That's the city itself, but also dwellings and construction. And as I mentioned, the real estate industry, or more broadly speaking, all of the infrastructure, whether it's public or whether it's private, residential or commercial, or transport or other urban infrastructure, has an opportunity, but also frankly has a duty now to think about the clean and livable environment that we are creating, not just for us. And as I see us on here, not just for us middle-aged folks, but the kids, and even the kids that our kids might have at some point in the future, right? So that's what we need to keep in mind as well, as we think about the future of cities. And green tech is what brings it all together. So with that, I'd like to launch into our session today and introduce the energy management lead at Centrica, Steve Bick, who is going to take us through the difficulties of heat decarbonization in the UK, show some of the challenges, but surely also share some of the opportunities and some of the solutions that come in the energy space. Also, what is the importance of policy and different technologies in addressing some of the issues that we have? We're very, very keen and eager and looking forward to hearing, Steve, what you have to share with us today. And without further ado, I will hand over to you. We know after you, we will be joined by Philip, and then we will have a panel to take some of your questions as well. And maybe at this point, just before you launch, Steve, just a note to our attendees, feel free to put your questions in the Q&A box that you see at the bottom right hand of your Zoom screen. You can certainly also put them in the chat, but we'll be looking in the Q&A box for your questions. Do please feel free to ask away. And during the sessions that come after the first two speakers, During the panel, we will try to address as many of those questions as we possibly can. So without further ado, I hope that's enough of an introduction, and let's launch into this Future of Greentech, Cities, Dwellings, and Construction session for today. Steve, over to you.
Thank you for that introduction, Lucas. You'll have to bear with me 1 second because in our work, it's all Microsoft Teams, so I'm a bit of a newbie on Zoom. So you'll have to just bear with me 1 second. Can you? Oh yes, you can see my screen. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today as well. It is appreciated. I have very fond memories of Camden, in particular the market there, and picking up great retro Adidas clothing back in the days when I had money to spend on myself and not on the wider family. But cheers for the time. Today I'm here to talk about sustainable heating and future homes. Stating the obvious a bit here, but I think it's a great place to start, is that reaching net zero by 2050, we all know it's a massive ask and a complex thing to get to. If we look around homes, we believe there's around 29 million different homes in Britain, and even though there's around 180,000 new homes being created every year, to get to where our country needs to for the housing stock that's required for the people here, we believe government forecasts around 300,000 new homes are needed every year. Our research has kind of shown with Energy Savings Trust that heating accounts for around 30% of a family's carbon emissions as well, let alone extra for hot water. And with all of those sort of challenges to go on, how do you find the right solution? Well, the government's regulation on the future home standards is great, but at this point in time, we feel it's very tackled towards making sure new builds are created in the right way. What's the right answers for those 29 million existing houses across the country? We've got a graph over here on the right hand side that some of our strategy team have done before, and it shows the houses both on grid and off grid in Britain by their existing EPC rating, and tries to hypothesize by the type of house what sort of heat solution would be best suited for them to help us get off fossil fuels and become, a net zero nation. As you can see there, it's not the easiest graph to look at, but that's because there is no one single silver bullet or solution that can solve the many different types of dwellings we have in this country. Some things have popped up quite often though. Heat pumps is seen by many industries as the solution to go for. I think we agree, and in British Gas we also agree that hydrogen has a place to play. We don't think we should be anchoring ourselves or advising our customers in any market that there is only one solution to replace gas. And quite wisely, we need to look at what the government regulation is, work through pilots to understand how hydrogen could become the heating of the future. But while that's happening, we need to make sure that we're starting in 2025. And that's why air source heat pumps are definitely a solution that we'll be focusing on throughout this presentation and in our work. You talked about policy as well earlier, Lucas. I think there's so much going on in the policy space. Our regulations team, like probably yours, Philip, and Octopus, have got so many documents to read through, understand, and translate for us here in the operation. The Future Home Standard has been mostly agreed, but we're waiting for it to be finalised. There's the heating buildings bit to tackle other parts of that city, make sure the non-domestic buildings, big and small, are meeting the right standards and emissions. Personally, I'd love to see the MEES, the Landlord Energy Efficiency Regulation, be beefed up both for commercial and domestic landlords, which is something going there. One thing we found through our pilots is that obviously the new energy technology comes at a different cost to what customers are expecting for boilers. And never forget, for the vast majority of customers, a boiler today is a massive undertaking and spend. Funding that we've seen before through RHI and through the Green Homes Grant has been various levels of success. Green Homes Grant might have been a high profile flop, not my words or view of Centrica, over the past year. But it's been a great success in the social housing sector, and we've seen lots of tenders come through to our PH Jones business, with people using that opportunity to direct it to the homes that need the most upgrading to improve the quality of life for people within that sector and in that housing. It'll be interesting as well next year when RHI is finally phased out and replaced by Clean Heat Grant. That notion of moving from claiming your benefit back over 7 years to having one upfront payment, we're hoping will change the market dynamic and take up by customers just by having that overall purchase cost reduced at the start when you're making a buying decision. We believe will help. But one thing we've learned is customer awareness of the new heating technology and the impact of the changes are still quite low and not clear to all across all manner of segments. And that's something we as an industry need to do to help educate's too strong a word, but advise customers on their options and how to go on that route to having a net zero home. I'll briefly touch on hydrogen as well. As a gas man, I would love hydrogen to be flowing through those pipes. As a member of Britain, it seems a shame to have all that gas network not be used. But although a lot of people pin hopes on hydrogen to be the future, we do need to properly test it, make sure it will be working, and then transition to that when ready. We have to go to electric heating first if we're going to meet net zero targets. So we've been doing a lot of work talking to particularly building developers and social housing providers to get a rounded view from their perspectives of what the future home technology will be. I think one thing we've took from both of those markets is the future home standard is good, but please finalise it. Let us know what we should be putting into our homes of the future after having them properly built and insulated, so as little energy as possible is needed. There's a huge focus on SAT points, making sure that they can meet the criteria with the right technology and create the best insulated home. What we've seen really rising to the top, air source heat pumps as mentioned before, smart hot water tanks. So a company called Mixergy do a great smart hot water tank that lets you, instead of heating the tank from the bottom and doing all of the tank, heat it from the top down. So only do the energy that you actually need, the water, to create the water that you want. Insulation as well. As great as insulation the future homes will be, there are other things we should be putting as standard into homes, like wastewater heat recovery and MVHR heat recovery systems. And electric living, that's a bad title for an internal presentation, but we've seen solar rise in the past decade, then drop up again after FIT's been stopped. But I think solar and battery will play a part in the new homes that are being built. They have to, just to help us generate as much electricity as possible to help power your electric vehicle. Be it builders, social housing companies, energy suppliers, I touched on it earlier, but away from the technology, we have to make sure we are giving customers, tenants, all the right information they need to make the right choices about what should be in their homes, but also on how to use their new technology. From some of the trials that we've done, which I'll touch on later, we've found one of the biggest questions that we've evolved our material to cover is how to use this new technology. We have become, as a population, so used to gas heating. I'm used to walking in when it's freezing and hitting boost or setting it on my hive before I leave the office to come back home to make sure it's ready for when I get there. We have to help people understand that that instant boost, immediate heat of gas is not always going to be there available in the new way of air source heat pumps or electric heating. It's more about getting your building to that constant and comfortable temperature. And it sounds like an easy thing to say. As somebody that's just moved from gas to electric cooking, it's still got my head in a spin, to be honest. So the thought of having to convert from gas heating to electric, knowing the changing behaviours and understanding that's required, I think it's quite a step, and it's something that's addressable and surmountable, but things we need to plan. Not just on here's your new technology, but how do we help adoption and understanding and be taken on board. I think we'll be looking as well in new technology through optimization. How do we help you set and control your device to be where you need it to be to provide you the heat and hot water that you want. So it feels like there's less requirement for you to actually get involved with the device. In those sort of technologies, we'll be able to set and automate controls, but also provide you not with tons of data, but with the right insight and advice to tell you how much your bills will be or are. Also, forecast how much you're generating, how much you're sending back to the grid, what money could be made by sending stored electricity back to the grid. And this all ending with that rising voice in our customers of what's my impact, how much CO2 and carbon am I creating across my home use, and what can I do to change my behaviours. I've talked about new builds quite a bit there, but new builds, as I say, is that ever-growing but small sliver of the homes to tackle. Retrofits, as expected with all great puzzles, is the biggest and hardest pick to challenge. Again, we mentioned earlier, as we saw with that first graph on EPCs and types of houses, there's such a variety for us to tackle. There's no one easy answer. But with retrofit, we believe it all starts with good insulation. We've seen from some heat pump projects that picking a house and selling a bit of technology isn't necessarily the right approach. We have to make sure that with some, say, hybrid heat pumps, and at normal air source heat pumps, we've got to make sure that the property is insulated to make sure that coefficient and that the air source heat pump can work correctly and produce the amount of heating that's needed. I believe as much as technology is a focus, we have to make sure we're looking at what's on that EPC database for Britain, focusing as a government and as an industry on helping the customers that are in those lower below C bands move up the EPC ladder. But by going to site, potentially doing virtual energy audits would be far preferable, be it using technologies like Stream, virtual calling, or IRT drone surveys to understand what the energy leakage is on a house. But we should always be assessing how the energy is being used in a house, what devices they have, and also where the insulation is needed before looking at to put new technology in. By the way, I talk about houses quite a lot. Everything I do is also covering small and medium enterprises. I think sometimes we can get lost that a business is always going to be the largest industrial and commercial property you see, but the solutions we think, both retrofitting and new build, that we talk about for homes are equally as applicable for small and medium enterprises. And that's again another communications piece I think we need to cover as a country and as an industry. When it comes to retrofitting as well, a lot of the things I've put there were from the previous side. Hybrid heat pumps, though, will play more of a role, I believe, in retrofitting. Yes, they will still be connected to a carbon and a gas network, but we believe, and I believe, we've seen a successive EV take-up happen because we've moved from petrol cars through hybrids now to full EE, as opposed to making that massive jump from an ICE car to an EV car. I think it is the same mindset for us for heating. I believe hybrids do play a place. They might not be the final solution. That will all depend on the world of hydrogen and hydrogen heat pumps. But for right now, for customers, we have to make sure that transition to a lower carbon heating system is as easy as possible to deliver. I believe hydrogen will play a place in that throughout this decade. One of the things on the horizon that we're still trying to understand from a regulatory point as well is when will there be a ban on all new boiler installs? We know 2025 there can't be any more boiler installs in new builds. When do we think that will come into play for all homes? So the end of boiler swaps. Talking to our regulatory colleagues, we believe that will be 2033 is the latest views that we've had from within London. But that will be a game changer, and I expect it to come after there's been a lot of work on hydrogen strategy to understand whether the hydrogen ready boiler is a key part of the future heat strategy to 2050. So Lucas, you asked about some of the things we're doing. We've had some great pilots this year, particularly focused mainly in the social housing areas. As I say, with Green Homes Grant money being available for companies, they're looking to improve the heating and the housing stock and the lives of their tenants. So through PH Jones, we've been doing some great trials with Sanctuary Housing and East Devon District Council. We've got into properties and installed smart controls, so Hive, heating controls, new radiators, TRVs on the radiators as well, and the smart hot water cylinder alongside the air source heat pump to try and create that new network of electric heating. For some sites as well and contracts, we'll be installing solar PV as well to try and generate electricity and help that to power the house with less reliance on the grid. Feedback from the customers has been kind of twofold. On one side, we've had those voices about where's my boost, and for the smart hot water tanks, we've also had how much do I need to have it on so I can have a shower. And that sort of customer feedback from these first installs that will help us, the manufacturers, and other competitors in industry make sure our offers are really refined come 2025, and these will be more the standard products that are offered. For the Mixergy hot water tank, I have to say I'm a massive fan of it. I still don't understand it technically, but thankfully we've got a team around us that do. We've installed 700 so far across the past 12 months, which feed into our optimization platform. So the electricity that's actually going through, sorry, get that. So, and what that means, optimization, is that we can use these smart hot water tanks as almost like liquid batteries, giving a storage of electricity and potential energy that can then be fed back to national grid when required. So like on Tuesday evening, when we all make a cup of tea at half time during the football, we have a virtual power plant full of devices, and these 700 Mixergy tanks can contribute a chunk of electricity that's stored in them back to the grid. We're also adding Mixergy, we've agreed with the Welsh Government, that's coming to their NEST programme this year, and that through heat pumps, through controls and TRVs, an often overlooked small but valuable tool in the heating canon, I think are quite key to helping us get to net zero. We've also started hybrid heat pump trials, which we're doing a 2-year programme, rolling out heat pumps across the West Midlands to then present our information back to industry on the amount of carbon savings that can be made and their place potentially in the future heating strategy. I think it's fair to say that we have been able to get 80% carbon savings from these devices. It's also given us some great insight into the value of insulating properties first before putting a heat pump in. But we do see hybrids are a part of the future. There we go. Final thing from me, I just really want to touch on, as I've mentioned, optimization or energy management, as we're calling it internally. With Mixergy and Dakin, we're piloting some solutions now with our social housing providers to look at that education piece, that movement from immediate boost to understanding my technology, having a focus on comfort in the right setting, as opposed to changing heat that often. And we're piloting with Hive, Dakin, Mixergy, a way of maximizing the consumption of your solar PV. So can it be stored in your storage, battery storage, stored in your Mixergy tank, or fed back to the grid at the right time when the grid needs electricity? We're getting ready for smart metering, smart tariffs as well. I'm a massive smart metering fan. Spent 6 years delivering smart metering installs to Britain's businesses for British Gas. And I'm, for one, I'm waiting for smart tariffs. Time use tariffs are a gap in our market that should be filled. And I know there's some there like Philip and Octopus are doing great things like Agile. I believe that's the future for how we deliver energy to customers. We can also generate revenue for ourselves or customers by balancing the grid, taking that stored electricity, pushing it back to the national grid. And more importantly, using the app, which everyone knows how to use an app these days, they're quite growing across all age groups, doing the education piece, making sure we can help them understand how they're setting their device, learning about things like heat pump and smart hot water tanks, and providing good forecasts, budget information, and people understanding their costs and their impact on the planet. That's pretty much what I've got to say, really, to be honest. I think I've come in 30 seconds under, but thank you for your time today. I'm more than happy outside of this if anybody wants to email me or call me to talk through at any detail what we're doing. And I hope that session's given you some insight into where us in Centrica are looking to the future of heating in homes and small businesses and what we're looking to do. With that, I'll stop sharing my screen and hand back to Lucas or to Philip. Lucas, you're here. Thank you for your time.
I think Lucas has dropped off, so I should just go ahead and share my slides and present.
Sorry, Philip.
Okay. Just Steve, give me the heads up. Does that look correct?
Yeah, we can see that full screen.
Okay, cool. Cheers. So yes, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk about what we're doing at Octopus, and I'll kind of feed on some of what Steve has covered. Actually, it was a good intro to the Agile tariff, because I'm obviously going to talk about that a little bit. I'm going to spend less time talking about heating, particularly, but more about the smart tariffs and things that we've done. I do have this rather fancy title of Future Technologies Evangelist. This was given to me by Greg, CEO founder of Octopus, when he acquired my smart home startup a few years ago. And so I kind of look after a lot of our R&D into new technologies, some of the tariff research that we're doing, and so on. So you'll probably have seen me present on a few other events and things where I've talked about some of the tariffs that we're doing and things. Very brief bit about Octopus first. We've only been around since about 2016. We've now grown to 2.2 million customers. I don't say where they've come from. We've already launched into 6 countries now, so UK, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, Japan, and America. There's now more than 1,400 employees within Octopus. We're growing at a considerable rate with that kind of scale of customers. The platform that we've created called Kraken is actually licensed to other energy suppliers. So there's actually 17 million customers worldwide that are using that Kraken platform now as well. We are focused on being 100% renewable energy. I mean, there is the controversy and discussions around how that's based on REGOs and things, but with things like Octopus Renewables, it's become part of the group, and we're kind of trying to steer away from being purely REGO and actually how we really get renewable generation sources. And we do make sure that our tariffs are very transparent. There's no switching fees, no exit fees or anything between the tariffs, no exit fees if someone wants to move away from us. And as a result of all of this, with the focus on the technology, then we do win a lot of awards on the service and performance that we give to customers. So here's a map, all the different countries that we launched in, and some of the partners that we work with. So E.ON and Empower using the platform, the Kraken system, Good Energy on there as well. Partnerships with companies like Tesla and Arsenal and Monzo as well. And we also support the other brands such as London Power, Co-op Energy, recent acquisition of Upside Energy into the group as well. So you see there I've referred to Kraken. That's our technology platform, and we are very much a technology focused company. We use technology to bring lower, more transparent pricing, a better service, sustainable energy to customers, and so that enables us to do some of these smart time of use types of tariffs. And the reason for that is how we're seeing the growth in renewable energy. So some of these slides are a little bit out of date, but you can still see the trends. The level of renewable energy is increasing and overtaking fossil fuel, but we end up with this very intermittent supply. So with that solar over day, the top right hand graph there showing how solar can vary considerably through the day, or wind and how the level of wind generation can vary considerably day by day throughout the year, and that starts to cause issues with the grid. So you kind of can see the picture there of how do we balance tariffs with energy generation and what the consumer is using in the home. So as Steve was kind of covering, we're starting to see this kind of drive towards net zero homes. So how do we use solar? How do we use battery? How do we use heat pumps? And how do smart appliances work, whether it's mixture tanks or other systems and things, and how the Kraken platform, the smart meter tariffs, and all orchestrates that. Not forgetting, of course, the electric vehicle in there as well. So when you kind of put these three trends together, what you've got is that intermittent distributed generation. You've got the increasing electrification of the home, and how the grid copes with that, because there's obviously a mismatch between intermittent and highly distributed energy versus centralized large fossil power stations, and that increased consumption. And so we'll start to see how this kind of collates around tariffs, awareness of the cost of energy, the awareness of generation of energy and things. That all hangs off what we can do with the smart meter. So we've been rolling out first SMETS 1s, and then over the past at least 18 months or so, the version 2 smart meters. And if we look at the numbers from the DCC, we've probably passed now, because this was like 8th of June I took this screenshot, so a couple of weeks ago. We're now probably past 8 million SMETS 2 meters in the UK. Over 4 million of the SMETS ones have been migrated onto DCC, which means they can act as smart meters even if you switch from one energy supplier to another, and running it kind of close to the 20,000 new meter installs per year. So we're not quite halfway through the UK rollout of smart meters, but it's a really good indication of how many meters are now installed, and the customers can take advantage of smart tariffs. So if I talk a bit about some of these smart tariffs, Agile, so that's our time use tariff based on the 30-minute wholesale market. Related to that is the Go tariff, focused specifically on electric vehicle drivers. There's a set of tariffs that go with Go called Go Faster, and I'll explain what that Go covers in a moment. I'm sure the dog is going to interrupt me throughout this presentation. And then our export tariffs, outgoing Octopus, which has a similar Agile version as well as a flat rate version as well. So if we look first at Agile, as I said, it's based on the 30-minute wholesale market. So every day between 4 and 8 p.m, the wholesale market is published, and we use an algorithm which then calculates what the customer tariff looks like. So if you look at this screenshot here and the table, you can see that the price is varying between 9 or 10 pence per kilowatt hour on this particular day. Now compare that to a normal flat rate tariff of around 17 or 18 pence. That's a considerable saving, like 50% we're showing there. But it does have that peak between 4 and 7 when there's a lot more energy consumption on demand on the grid, and so the wholesale market is a lot higher. We do cap that at 35 pence because it can exceed it if we let the algorithm pick up the wholesale market. And that does vary from day to day. So if I look at a customer's bill, this is a page from a customer's bill, the pink line is showing that same Agile rate with the peak 4 to 7, and the dark blue bars are the price each half hour. So you can see customers managed to avoid consuming energy in the peak period, and in fact they've got their average down to 5.6 pence per kilowatt hour. Big saving against the kind of 17 or 18 pence. Well, this was July last year. Rates have increased a fair bit in the last few months. And of course, what that means is we get really excited customers that are on these sorts of tariffs. So you can see just some of the quotes there of customers who have used it and are twittering about what the tariff means and how they're reacting to it. But as well as that headline figure of cap of 35 pence between 4 and 7, we also have negative events, what we call plunge pricing. So the wholesale market will go negative when we have very strong winds, and there's a requirement to kind of shed the load from the wind generation. So we go negative. And if we look at examples from customers tweeting about this, they're shouting about how exciting this is and that they're going to get paid to charge their car overnight. And you can see the rates there, minus a penny per kilowatt hour. And that hits the news headlines quite frequently when we are encouraging customers to use up that renewable energy. This, I think, was our lowest, our most negative day so far, October last year. Very strong winds. So we dropped down as low as minus 9.8 pence. So we were paying people 9.88 pence to consume energy at 1 o'clock in the morning. So if you go back and look at an example customer who has managed to take advantage of that, you can see the zero line, left-hand axis, and where the pink line dropped below zero in those first few hours of the early morning. And so this customer has managed to get an average of 0.8 pence. So that's, I have actually seen negative customers as well who've managed to get an average negative in a day too. That's Agile. Then we have the Go tariff. So this is designed for electric vehicle customers to charge their car at a rate of 5 pence between half midnight and half 4. And we also launched a set of tariffs to go with it called Go Faster more than a year ago, where we wanted to experiment with how customers might be incentivized to smooth the demand on the grid, because obviously with Go it means we've got thousands of customers that all start to charge cars at midnight, and that's also not great for the grid. So we looked at it and we thought, right, let's try different start time options, so 8:30, 9:30, and so on, and whether you want a 3 or 4 or 5 hour version. So depending on the vehicle, a Renault Zoe, a Nissan Leaf, or a large Tesla X or something, whether you need a full 5 hours, but it's slightly more expensive, or more of like a 3 hour. But we asked customers, which of these would you like? And then we shuffled, and we may have assigned customers different tariffs, with the understanding what we're trying to do is balance the grid. So if we look at what Go Faster did, you can see the original Go tariff in pink on the left, midnight till 4:30. Go Faster, the blue bar, starts at 8:30 in the evening, that earlier start time. And so the blue bars are below the black line, showing that we were able to shuffle that demand to sort of try and balance out the grid. And that we will probably carry on with this sort of tariff and look at how better we can balance the grid against when renewable energy is being generated, when customers need energy, and the kind of discretionary appliances like electric vehicle charging. Now that it actually demonstrates that we are able to influence behavior change through tariffs. There was concern probably, say 2-3 years ago, whether you can really influence, whether customers buy the best tariff, the cheapest tariff they can, and are not interested in how energy is generated and how they consume it. But the level of interaction we have on social media is incredible. That customers are tweeting images of their electricity bills and what they're doing with the tariffs. This one in the middle is actually a Go tariff, so you can see the drop in the pink line below, down to 5 pence in the half midnight to 4:30 time period. And then we have our export tariff. So like the Agile import, there is an export version as well. So if I look at this customer here, and the same day again, this customer also has export, and that's what their export looks like. So the pink line again is that particular day's Agile export rate, paying somewhere between 4 pence and jumping up to 10 pence. So obviously, because of the peak period, we can pay more for the export in that 4 till 7 window. And now the interesting thing here, if you look at the weighted average, this customer paid 5.6 pence average for their consumption, but because this customer has solar and a battery system on their property, then they were able to optimize that battery and export when the rates were higher, particularly the last hour in the 4 till 7 window. So we credited them 6.85 pence average for their export compared to their 5.66 they paid for their imports. So this customer actually had a true negative day where they made more money than they paid for imported energy when the sun wasn't shining, ignoring the standing charge in this example calculation. Some of the other things that we've done recently, so in May last year, by some weather fluke of coincidence, both May bank holidays, so the Mondays, had very strong winds. So strong, in fact, that the National Grid wanted to curtail the wind generation, which is kind of a more centralized command and control approach to managing the grid. So obviously it does have to be done to some extent that way, but we were able to prove through customer engagement that we could incentivize customers to try and use up that energy. So we ran a program called the Big Switch On over both of those bank holiday Mondays. We didn't realize it was going to be 2 until we got to the second Monday. We realized it was going to happen again. So we ran it over 2. And the 2 lines that increase here, the 2 grey bars are the different time periods we used for the Big Switch On. And so we saw a significant jump in energy consumption by tens of thousands of customers that took part in this, resulting in several megawatts of energy usage that we weren't previously expecting. That was not forecast really. So again, it kind of shows that behavior change, that we can influence customers rather than using a centralized approach to it. Power Loop, this is our vehicle to grid trial project. So we have Nissan Leaf vehicles with wallbox VDG chargers, and customers are incentivized to leave the car plugged in overnight so we can take control of the charge and discharge of that vehicle, as long as we leave it at their desired steady charge by about 6 or 7 in the morning. And if they can achieve that and have it available for that time period overnight, more than a dozen times in the month, then they get a credit of £30. So this is kind of proving, again, that kind of the engagement, but one particular model of how we might incentivize customers to help balance the grid themselves rather than a centralized method. You may have also heard of the Tesla plan. So we partnered with Tesla around the Powerwall battery system and the Tesla EV, and we offer a much lower flat rate import and export and tariff. The import and the export are actually both matched. It's the same price. It varies per GSP across the country, but it's around about 8 pence. And having done that, then Tesla and ourselves apply controls to the Powerwall and to the car to determine when is the best time to charge the battery or discharge the battery. So it's balancing the grid. So this is, with that sort of flat rate tariff, it's highly popular with Tesla customers at the moment. So I've kind of summarized what I've gone through. I've talked about the rollout of smart meters, the benefits of renewable generation, and how we can engage customers with smart tariffs. And therefore, you can see it in the kind of summary sentence here. Tomorrow, Octopus will bring the energy you need from your neighbour's solar panel, share the energy in your electric car with other homes on the street, automatically heat your water when prices are cheapest. So we're kind of looking at how, in the future, how all this technology kind of orchestrates how tariffs take part and consumers engage in renewable energy. So that is the end of my presentation. And if Lucas is back, I shall hand back to Lucas.
Thank you very much, Phil and Steve. I think that was very, very interesting. Phil, you can stop sharing your screen. I think both of you gave us a glimpse of what the future looks like in terms of smart energy management. So thank you very much for that. So now for the next 20 minutes or so, we'll have the chance to have a look at the questions that you have in the audience for our panelists. And I would like to welcome Ben Paul to ask the question. And I believe it is for Octopus, for you, Phil.
Yeah, I'm just reading it now. The one from Ben.
Perhaps Ben would like to explain it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi. Thanks very much for that presentation. The question is that we believe that EVs are viable versus internal combustion vehicles already, despite the sort of zeitgeist and complaints about capital costs or range. Purely because, okay, there's an upfront investment, but the cost of running them is considerably cheaper. But however, we believe they're not really the solution, because once the zeitgeist shifts and people start taking up EV vehicles, price drops and so on, they'll realize they're much cheaper to run and thus be encouraged to use them more, particularly if then they've got an incentive to be able to sell their storage, electrical storage back to the grid. So I think it becomes an issue because we continue to see the rise of dominance of the motor vehicle as an individual form of transport, and I think we're starting to realise that that's really not a long-term solution because of PM 2.5 pollution, congestion, its dominance over our public realm, road deaths, obesity, and so on. So I just wondered what your thoughts are on that and how you as a business might be able to influence this.
I think you've got two parts to the question there. So the first part is, yes, we know it's going to happen because it's all government policy and things, that we will have electric vehicles on the roads. Now we already support that through our sister company Octopus EV, where we support salary sacrifice schemes. So really driving and helping employers help employees buy or lease electric vehicles. It's an interesting point about the impact, I think, on public transport of EVs. I think, you still got that element of consumer choice. Do I want to drive? Do I want to take public transport? I'm not really in the public transport sector to be able to comment on that overlap. And I do like, I was on a train yesterday, that we're seeing more electric trains. So the Paddington line outwards that's now electrified over the last couple of years, and includes part of Crossrail. that's really encouraging to see electric trains. I was sat on a platform watching another train. It was 9 carriages long. There's a diesel engine each one, and the amount of noise as it kind of takes off. And then you get on one of these Great Western full electric trains, and it's so smooth and so quiet. So I'd love to see more public transport. I'm not sure if I answered your question, Ben, but I hope that helps.
Kind of, yes. I mean, I appreciate that electric vehicles are a lot cleaner, much more efficient in terms of energy consumption and less noisy and so on. But I think one of our concerns is the fact that the idea of consumer choice is important. I realise that, and that's something that we live in, that kind of society. But we do have a significant issue, I think, in terms of the ever increasing number of road miles we drive in individual private vehicles every year. That's just constantly increasing. Now, I think EVs and technology, and it's tremendous, the idea that you can sort of sell your battery storage back to the grid. I mean, it makes a much more efficient energy system for sure. But I think, and this is not something that I think Octopus Energy can necessarily tackle, because that's not your business, so to speak. But I'm interested to know what other avenues your business can follow in terms of sort of moving forward in terms of energy consumption, and shifting our patterns and trends away perhaps from the dominance of the private motor vehicle, because there are a lot of other issues that revolve around motor vehicles. For instance, the latest Tesla EV is such a huge lump of metal and weight that to move it takes an awful lot of energy. And it doesn't matter. And one of the risks, I think, is with improved energy efficiencies, that actually what that does then is it feeds us to consume more. It's a bit like you build more roads, you get more cars. So there is this real dilemma there, and I think that there is a responsibility on all of us to really think about that, and think about, okay, well, I've got an EV, so now I can drive more freely and more often. Is that the right thing to do?
I wonder, actually, one example, if you look on things like Glassdoor and things, and Octopus is an incredibly attractive place to work. There's a lot of positive. And when we went into lockdown in March last year, March 2020, we immediately all went into remote working, and everybody was laptop based. The IT systems were fully accessible, and if anything, our response rates to customer queries went up. You can obviously tell from the dog barking in the background that I'm working from home, and do quite frequently. And I'm actually really pleased to see that public transport, so the train line, if I need to get into our office in London or anywhere, I can now buy like an 8-day ticket, carnet, kind of the French style system, to get in, rather than a weekly ticket. So I'm actually really appreciative now of the ability to work from home. It'd be really interesting to see. Perhaps we should do more case studies of how, as Octopus, we work remotely a lot more, and how well that has worked in the past year.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Phil, and thank you very much for the question. I think it's very relevant and topical. So now, Rowena, you have a question about public procurement. Would you like to explain?
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. Yes. So I work for a bidding creative comms company, and we work with a lot of the big construction and transportation companies as they go for UK contracts, and they're sort of all aware of the improvements that they need to make. They're quite often not sure how to start, where to start, and that's where we come in and give them thoughts and ideas. And I understand there's a lot of policy coming out, and we do need firmer policy in a lot of areas, and they're going to be under, tighter controls to get to net zero. That's certainly coming through in all the bids and procurement at the moment. So I was just wondering how some of these initiatives and the data that you're finding might be able to scale up into these sort of projects. So train station development, schools, you mentioned the trains themselves as well, are all projects that we work on. But you know, I'm looking at the usage charts, for instance. There wouldn't necessarily be someone on a school site who could then trigger everything to make use of the energy, say between midnight and 4 a.m. So I was just wondering if there are thoughts of how it could scale up into these areas.
I haven't got a comment on that. Frederick, have you got a comment on that?
I have, if that's okay. I think, Rowena, and forgive me if I'm not asking the right gist of the question. I think what we're seeing in public sector frameworks is we're seeing on the larger buildings, be it either new projects that are being created in a city or through some retrofitting ones, the requests for this new technology to be part of the tender that you were bidding for either the works. And part of Central Business Solutions does work on some of those bids. They'll be rising more, I think, when for public service ones, the heating the public sector regulation and heating buildings both come through. I think the government's at the forefront of having to drive through. You know, we're not just telling you to do something, we're doing it as well. So more and more tenders through the next year will be showing the requirement for a new build specification to have the right future tech kit in. And yeah, they should be leading and will lead on the retrofitting. But I believe regulation defining what building standards needs to be will then drive out a flood of both private and public retrofitting tenders to come and work on.
And do you think hydrogen would be sort of one of the main areas that they'll be looking at for these larger projects?
So I'll caveat this by saying I'm not a hydrogen expert. However, having spoken to a few of them, I can give you my tabloid level guide to hydrogen. And I think that's okay. I think we're in a view, and I think I said earlier, hydrogen has a big place to play in the future. And I think our government's view is quite sensible of getting the trials like are being done in Leeds or at Keele University, Cadent playing a massive role in these pilots with some others, to try and understand how it works flowing through the network, how it gives the heat, the hot water that's needed. I think in 2 to 3 years, once these pilots have got bigger, scaled up and got a good couple of years worth of data, then we'll probably see more of a fast forward on hydrogen. I'm also aware there's many different colours of hydrogen, which always baffles me as somebody that thinks H is 1 on the periodic table. But I think away from the joking, there has to be a decision as well about which type of hydrogen is right in the network for which type of process. The one for us at home to heat the boiler you can see behind me might be different for the one that's driving an industrial process somewhere.
Yeah.
Philip, perhaps you have some thoughts to share.
Sorry, me on hydrogen. I'm not into hydrogen. I haven't been involved in any of the hydrogen conversations, so I have no comments on hydrogen, I'm afraid.
All right, but I was more talking about the question. The question for Wanda. Do you want to add anything?
No, I think we've got to, watch the building standards. I mean, we do have some involvement in bus shelters and things that are using better electric charging for buses and things. So if you want to, Marina, if you want to ping me a note, you'll find my details on Twitter or LinkedIn, and I can try and find the right connection for you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much, Rowenda, for your question. So now we have another one that is perhaps a bit more technical, and this one will be for Steve, I guess. So the question is, I have seen microwave boilers, and are there any other electric boilers ideas on the horizon? Steve?
Oh, once again, my technical skills veil get stripped aside to show that there's not as much down there as somebody that's been installing boilers for 20 years. My answer really is, I don't particularly know of any other types of new boiler outside there at the moment. if we're focused on how the new electricity technology could change the home, some of the builders we've worked with, be it Synergy or BT Passive, are looking at the heat batteries. I know one company, Sunamp, is creating them. There's a few more startups that are coming at the moment. Not necessarily about the boiler, but trying to reduce the need for that actual boiler or heat creation source. So the heat batteries are something that we'll be looking at to see if that should be a part of what we offer into future homes. And again, builders, social housing groups as well are looking into that. The other side, I mean, Phil, you work for an innovative company like myself. People are popping up all the time with new ideas that perhaps we don't even know about yet. But come the end of this decade will be the thing that, say, me and Phil are trying to outbid each other for rights in the UK alongside the rest of the industry. So it may well be that the thing we keep as commonplace in 12 to 15 years in our homes hasn't even been invented yet, or is on somebody's PhD right now, trying to find a way to get support or funding from Bayes or Catapult or Innovate UK to take that idea and pilot it and make it real.
Yep, lots of different ways of doing it. I mean, even something like Mixergy, who's reinvented the hot water tank by using kind of micro droplet method to spray hot water into the top of the tank, so you get a very stratified. That's a really interesting solution. There's another company, Climate, that's created a kind of a it's a clamp and monitoring device that can estimate quite accurately the amount of hot water in the tank as well. But that risks the mixing as the hot water is flows into the top of the tank. With microwave, it's hard to kind of see the benefit of microwave over an immersion tank. I mean, you know, the main thing it can do is heat hot water on demand like a gas combi boiler. So there's a bit of replacement there. So possibly it's kind of a microwave hot water system is compatible with an air source heat pump that hasn't got a hot water tank because you're replacing the combi boiler, say. I'm not convinced with the microwave solution yet. Yeah, heat battery storage systems like Sunamp and others, Tepio is another one. But that's still an electric element of some sort with a phase change or solid state material that is storing heat at a large temperature and then flowing water through it to create hot water for heating or taps and showers and things. There's a lot of different products, a lot of different companies all experimenting with all sorts of different ways of doing it constantly. Eyes open, watching what all these small businesses are doing.
It's great to see, isn't it, Phil? And you picked on Mixergy. You know, that's a great example of something that we've always taken for granted would have to be like that. With a fresh pair of eyes and a different set of knowledge, could come out of a completely different solution that can really change things. It may be that us two don't have the answer, but there's a lot of smart people out there that want to bring us the answers.
Yep.
Well, that's very interesting, and I think that we have shared some exciting solutions for the future, but it's also all about customer experience, customer awareness, customer adoption. So we still have a few minutes left for this panel, and I would like to end it with this question for both of you. What role, or if not responsibility, companies such as Centrica and Octopus will have to support and educate customers to adopt these new technologies?
The level of support, I mean, it's absolutely essential. And the fact that actually we've got customers now educating customers. When we look at what goes on Twitter with sharing screenshots of agile tariffs and bills and the savings that they've achieved, we've got this kind of ecosystem of third-party apps that have created independent apps that sit on the API on the tariffs, and there's thousands of customers that use those apps and then do comparisons of tariffs and things. Super engaging. So the kind of we don't necessarily need to again, it's kind of decentralized rather than command and control. We don't need to be this sole source of information. Once you've got customers excited, then you kind of use that social element to spread the word.
Steve, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I think I agree with what Phil said. I think spreading the word, I think, sits twofold, both with the customers and those communities rise up. We have one on Hive as well, which answers the majority of customers' questions. I think we, as a supplier base, though, also need to take a lot of responsibility to work with manufacturers or housing providers and builders, to just be there and saying, look, this is the changes, and we'll help you through that change process. Hopefully you'll find your own answer, like Phil says, and share it with everybody else on the estate of the new builds. But yeah, we have a duty of care to start the journey, but who knows where they'll end up and who they'll be sharing their answers with.
Indeed. Well, that's very interesting, and I get forward to stepping into this future that will be low carbon neutral for us, for the next generations. I would like to thank you very much, Philip and Steve, for your input today, for your insights. Thank you very much. And of course, thanks to you in the audience for your participation and for your very much relevant questions today.
And welcome back, everyone. I see that we have lots of attendees and we had lots of questions, and a big thank you to all of you for the questions that you've posed so far and the great discussions. I've been briefed on the panel and the discussions that you guys have had. Fantastic. We are continuing on with our program, and in this next block we are delighted to have first Michael Nordlander, who is the Director of Industry Decarbonization at Vattenfall, who is going to tell us about the role of electrification for society in general, and in particular around some of those industries that are a little bit more difficult to well, decarbonize. He's got a specific project that he's going to tell us about, and talk about the fossil-free steel market as we look ahead over the next 5 years. After, Michael will be joined by Gina Windley, who's from Levitt Bernstein, and she's going to tell us about sustainable architecture. So as you can see, we have these things coming together very, very nicely. First, the overall view of kind of how you know, the bricks and steel and everything kind of comes together, and then how we actually design for it as well. So I'm really excited about this next session, and I'll stop talking now and hand right over to you.
Thanks, Lucas. I hope you can all hear me well. And I hope that you in a second can see my slide. And since I don't see you, I don't see any thumbs up, but yeah, I trust that this works. Great, thanks. And thanks to Camden Clean Air Initiative for inviting us. We're very thrilled to be part of this day and talk about this subject, and hopefully bring a bit of a different angle now to what we heard in the first part. So I have dual roles. I'm part of Vattenfall, as Lucas said, but also deputy board member of the Hybrids project, and I've been lucky to be part of that since it was literally a sketch on a napkin. So we'll come back to that in a second. But my home organization is Vattenfall, and will not bore you so much about that. You can Google all the facts and figures. We're Swedish-based, 100% state-owned, and to basically boil down what we do, our mission is to enable fossil-free living within 1 generation. That has been a tremendous shift over the last years in Vattenfall. We used to have the perspective of when we're done with the nice electricity, we sell it off to customers and then frankly don't bother so much. This is now changing a lot, and we have redefined our role in the power system and in the energy system as such. So now it's becoming more and more a matter of how do we interplay with the energy consumers. How do we position the product of fossil-free electricity to outcompete fossil fuels and thereby contribute to our common goals of solving the climate crisis? And we do that in basically all sectors. So we believe we have solutions for most sectors, if not all. So in heating and transport, which we have already been hearing some about, but I will focus on the heavy industry, known also as the hard to abate sectors when you go into the real heavy stuff, and how that connects to buildings and infrastructure and cities is basically that the three basic materials of steel, cement, and plastics. It's all about having natural resources, molecules that you need to refine, and ripping apart molecules takes tremendous amounts of energy, which, if the energy is fossil, of course, leads to CO2 emissions. And that's unfortunately the case. So about 1/5 of the global CO2 emissions could be traced back to the production of these very basic materials that we need for everything when we're building our society. But the good news is it doesn't have to be like that anymore. And we're working together with the Swedish industry, which is my responsibility. We actually just before lunch now announced that we're cooperating with BASF, the German chemical giant, also that wants to do a transition of their industry. So it's a truly exciting development ongoing in this field. And basically the underlying trend that makes this possible is that we see a growth of renewables, and renewables and fossil-free energy in general is gradually, although frustratingly slow from time to time, taking ground from the direct use of fossil fuels in all applications, not only in power, I would say, but also the direct use in not least this industrial processes. And why is that happening? Well, basically it's simply three explanations. It is a very efficient way to harness renewable energy or fossil-free energy overall. So it takes a lot less space to harness wind power or solar in comparison to, for example, photosynthesis and biomass. And it's not limited like hydropower is. You can truly expand this. It's also driven by a logic of manufacturing economics. The more units we stamp out, the cheaper it gets, which is totally unlike the logic of resource economics, where it gets more and more competition the more you use. And it's also partly due to this manufacturing logic, very, very fast to deploy. Last year, there was more than 250,000 megawatts of wind and solar installed globally. So what do we do with all this electricity? And that's really at the core where we're redefining our role. In some cases, as you have seen in the previous talks, it is fairly straightforward to use the electricity directly in electric engines, in cars, in batteries, in heat pumps, and it's not so much of innovation. There's more about the system innovation, I would say. How do you deploy this in large-scale systems? But I'm going to focus a bit more on this, what we call indirect electrification, where you basically need to embed or transform the power in another shape. And there, of course, hydrogen is coming on top of mind of lots of people very recently. And as Frans Timmermans said, it's the new rock star of the energy sector. To be a bit boring there, hydrogen from electricity is new in some sense, but not really. It's actually hard to find pictures of large-scale electrolysis plants which is colored. We used to know this. We started this. This is a picture from Norway in the, I think, the 40s or 50s, before someone came up with a bright idea that you could crack hydrocarbons and make hydrogen instead. So the technology is basically already there. Of course, it could be improved, but we have a very important piece here that is the prerequisite to do this. So if you're looking at large-scale electrolysis and hydrogen production from electricity, about, if you run it base load, about 75 to 80% roughly today of the cost is the electricity. So of course, these declining costs in renewables is what really drives this development. And given this development, not only ourselves, also others, this is results from analysis done by London-based Energy Transitions Commission. It's more and more instances that start to believe that this is probably the best chance we get. Massive electrification and part of that transformed into hydrogen. A recent study here from Energy Transitions Commission sees that we could basically up to 4 or 5-fold increase the amount of power we have that is needed to outcompete the fossil fuels, and a quite big portion of that, up to 500 to 800 million tons, could be used as hydrogen, which means that in 30 years, hydrogen could be globally as big as electricity is today. So this is kind of a revolution ongoing right now. Now, what do we do with all these hydrogen or electricity in the industry sector? Well, they could play different roles here. It could work as a chemical reduction agent. And what does that mean? That's basically the glue you use when you rip apart molecules. When you need to go from iron ore to iron, or if you go from biomass to fuels, you need to remove something of the feedstock, and that's chemical reduction. In some cases, you also need very specific heating applications, particularly with high temperatures. There was a project announced in Sweden a couple of days ago where they will apply hydrogen fueling, or not fueling, but you will combust hydrogen to reach very high temperatures in steel treatment processes. You could also use the molecule of hydrogen as feedstock for plastics, carbon-based materials, or for ammonia. And I will just briefly go into one example before I go into the steel example, the one of plastics, how we see that electricity could play a role there for plastics, or plastics is a strange term. It's basically all kind of materials that contain carbon. The thinking we have there is basically that we could make plastics for which you need two things. You need a carbon source and you need energy. And our idea is basically to take the carbon source from the least energy potent carrier as possible, as depleted as possible, which is CO2. And then you bring all the energy in from a carbon-free source, which is hydrogen from electricity. And with those two basic building blocks, you can create methanol. And if you have methanol, you can make olefins, which is the basic building bricks of making plastics. And beyond that, downstream of that, everything is basically plug and play. If you have olefins and aromatics, you can do basically anything as you do it today. And the good news here is that going from CO2 to methanol, that is also a known technology since 100 years. Not industrialized in a big way. There is about one plant today. And methanol to olefins also exist today in about 10 to 15 million tons capacity in China. And the nice thing about doing this is if you would do it from biomass and bring in the carbon and the energy the same way, basically through photosynthesis. The photosynthesis is good in many ways, but it's very area inefficient. So it takes a lot of space. And what we suggest instead is that decouple these two and bring in the energy one way and bring in the carbon another way. And instead of applying direct air capture of CO2, we already now use lots of biomass, but we waste the CO2 when it goes out of there. So this would, on a currently 300 million ton per year plastics market put a lot less stress on the land use. Now, going into steel, as I said, I'm part of the hybrid project. I'm very happy to be that. We started that together with LKAB and SSAB on the initiative of the industry in 2016. Basically, the idea is as simple as you see below here. You start with iron ore, which is iron and oxygen, and you add hydrogen, and the oxygen glues to the hydrogen and forms water, and then you're left with the iron. So it's a very simple refining method in theory. Now, of course, there are loads of devils in the details here, but this is a crucial thing to get rid of the very root cause of the emissions, because in normal cases you use coking coal as the reduction agent instead of hydrogen. So this is what we want to change. And the way we're doing that at present is that we're basically building technologies, testing technologies, not only for this particular step, but for the entire value chain. When you dig up the iron ore, you make pellets of it, where you use some fossil fuels for high temperature sintering today. We are doing tests there with biofuels and also electrification. Now, and then we have the big centerpiece of things here, which is the direct reduction, the reduction part where iron ore becomes iron, and that's where we use the hydrogen. Downstream of that, refining the iron further into steel is also part of the project. And then down in the right corner, I will come back to that in a second, is a very vital piece of this value chain, which is the large-scale underground hydrogen storage. So this is right in the middle of where we are right now. We're building and testing stuff. The aim is to scale this up and to have a first real production plant up and running in 2026, providing the market with 1.3 million tons per year of fossil-free steel. So this beauty is our pilot plant in northern Sweden, inaugurated last autumn, and that has started operation now, where we're testing this new reduction process where we used hydrogen instead. Just beneath the sign you see where it says fossil-free steel, that's where the hydrogen plant is on the inside. And of course, if we're running an industry that preferably wants to operate 24/7, and we run that on electricity that comes from weather-dependent sources, you will gradually put yourself in the problem of balancing. And that's where the hydrogen storage comes into play. And what we're, as a part of the hybrid project, developing, and we're building a first pilot storage of this as we speak, about 3 kilometers from the plant you saw in the last picture. We think that the most efficient way to do this in short term is to store the hydrogen as pressurized gas. Now, storage containers for high pressure are very expensive. So what we're doing is to use solid rock as our container. So we're basically building a cavern in the rock. We weld a liner of a steel material that ensures the gas tightness of this. And then you fill in the intermediate space between the liner and the rock with concrete. And then you have a gas-tight container underground that could withstand very high pressures. So we're building 100 cubic meter small-scale unit right now, which we will test in 2022 to 2024. And then if we tick all the boxes, we aim to scale this up and demonstrate it. And in full scale, this containers would be about 100 to 120,000 cubic meters, and be able to store electricity converted to hydrogen in the range of something around 100 gigawatt hours. And to put that in context, that's equals the energy stored in about 1 million Tesla cars. And also this could have a full scale steel plant, about 2 million tons per year, could supply that with hydrogen for about 4 to 5 days. So the temporal behavior of this fits very well with the wind power and the fluctuations of wind power, especially or at least in Sweden. where we get typically a load of rain every 4 days or something like that, especially in summer. So will this be expensive? Will it be a business, or is it too costly? That's probably the most common question we get. We don't think so. I mean, first of all, the current technology, if we don't value or put a cost to the emissions, we don't treat the comparison fairly. Now the cost of emitting CO2 is going up, and already at levels we see today, we are getting close to being commercial with this new technology. But we clearly think, and we see movements now in the last 1 to 2 years towards that, we will probably have a business case well before we reach cost parity. And how could that be? Well, if you take a value chain perspective to this, and if you look at steel here, what we would look at, and now that these figures are a bit old, I would say the gap is probably smaller now, but if the new technology would cost you 20% more, what does that mean? Well, it means in practice about 100 euros more per ton of steel, because crude steel is, to be frank, dirt cheap. It has about half the cost of potatoes in the supermarkets. So of course, if you take 1 ton of steel and you turn that into a car, if you look at the price tag of the car and what the extra cost of the steel does to the car, I know from experience, because I got a new car last week, that putting 2 USB sockets for my kids to charge their phones in the back seat will cost you more than the extra cost of making the body of the car in fossil-free steel. And we clearly see movement among customers, putting pressure on car makers, putting pressures on suppliers. And last week that we could see that the real practice when Volvo announced a partnership with SSAB on the supply of fossil-free steel. So last but not least, I will, I'm not sure if you have seen that, but we have a small breaking news piece for you. The pilot plant is now actually working. We've done the first test campaign, and this Monday we revealed that we have now actually made 100 tons of iron made entirely from reduction with hydrogen. And to our knowledge, that's the first time actually in the history of mankind that has been done in somewhat industrial scale. That has only been done in the lab before. So very happy and encouraged, and hopefully we can ramp this up in a 1 million ton scale and beyond in 2026. And yeah, you won't notice because the material will look the same, but these invisible emissions when building cities in the future will hopefully disappear by this. So with that, I thank you and hand back.
Thank you, Michael. And it shows that, first of all, we have, of course, brilliant timing on this event today to coincide with the announcement that you are making. There was a lot of information, a lot to go into detail on in your presentation. Thank you. I liked your comparison, the cost of fossil-free steel around the cost of a sack of potatoes, or the equivalent, I think is what you meant, on a kilo by kilo basis. And the hydrogen storage relative to 1 million Teslas, which perhaps we can dig in a little bit later on in the panel discussion. And of course, finally, Michael, of course, as you said, you were getting a new car. I'd be really keen to know what you got, and or at least want to assure that you did get an electric vehicle, did you?
It's partly electric, and I won't go into the details of why.
Very good.
But I at least abandoned my details, so very happy for that.
Very good. All right. A big step already towards clean air in your neighborhood. Very good. Thank you so much. I really appreciated your insights so far. And stick around, of course, we have our panel discussion. But next, I am really pleased to welcome Gina Windley and Zoe Watson from Levitt Bernstein, landscape architects and architects, holistic architects as well, based in London and Manchester, who will tell us about sustainable architecture, something that's I think dear not just to my heart, but all of our attendees here today. So without further ado, over to you. Welcome.
to share my screen.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Just to say, we've branded it slightly to be about climate emergency design specifically, just to give it a bit of context. First, I'll introduce myself. I'm Zoe Watson, Sustainability Lead at Levitt Bernstein, based in the London office.
I'm Gina Windley. I'm based in the Manchester office and I'm Sustainability Assistant.
Gina, you're quite quiet, just to point out. I don't know if you can move your microphone a bit.
Hold my microphone.
Yeah, that's better. Okay, we go to the next one. So yes, we are an architecture firm. We focus mainly on housing, but not exclusively. We also have arts projects and theatre projects in-house. But this is an example of one of our schemes in Westminster called Darwin House, which is actually aiming for Passive House certification, and we'll talk a bit more about that in a sec.
Just to preface this presentation, we're facing a number of challenges, and we're kind of within the COVID sphere now still, but it's likely that we'll see a recession on the horizon, but this isn't the biggest challenge that faces us in the long term. It's actually climate change. So kind of this post-COVID era, we need to kind of seize the opportunity of to make a difference in our industry. So architects and the built environment have a significant role to play in preventing emissions, as 49% of the UK greenhouse gas emissions are linked to the construction and operation of the built environment. And this is something that can be designed out early on. So 90% of buildings' environmental impact is defined by the design decisions early on before planning. So kind of thinking about how you can make the building more sustainable from the offset is key. This is the roadmap to zero carbon. So this is for all new buildings for 2030 to become zero carbon. This is by the London Energy Transformative Initiative. And it basically states that 100% of new builds should be designed to zero carbon by 2025. So this is kind of what we think designing to the climate emergency looks like. So here's some precedents. This is a Sterling Prize winner in 2020, Goldsmith Street by Michael Ritchie's. So this is Passive House scheme of housing. And then this is the Enterprise Centre by Archetype. So this uses straw bale and a number of other natural materials to create a school. So this is kind of like different precedents for different styles. So you've got your passive house and then you've got your natural materials. And then this is another one, which is a retrofit scheme. So this is actually a whole building kind of reuse. So looking at the building from if you have an existing building on site, can you develop it to make it more, to use it instead of knocking it down, which is ultimately the goal we want to achieve. And then looking at what happens in between those buildings. So your biodiversity, these are swales that are kind of built and designed into the scheme itself so that biodiversity can flourish. And then as a standard in our practice, we work to passive house standards. And these are a number of our projects that we have on the drawing board at the moment. So we work for a number of kind of local authority and housing associations to create kind of 100% affordable or social rent projects. A number, as I said, these are all designed to passive house standards. And then this is the kind of principles that we design to on a kind of in-house on a daily basis. So we design to all of the things on the left as standard. So you've got your orientation, ensuring that the building is designed to make the most of the solar gain in winter, and then reducing the exposure of that building so that the form factor's low and that you can minimize heat losses through the building fabric. And then window design, making sure that the windows are optimal size to let light in, but all not too big to cause overheating. And then on top of that, you've got your thermal bridges and U values. So if you have a kind of a better fabric, and better air tightness, and provide MVHR and passive ventilation, then your building is going to perform the best. This is a Passive House Easy Guide, which we developed with Etude, and it's endorsed by the Passive House Trust, and it's available on our website. It's a free interactive guide to kind of 10-step process and debunk some myths about Passive House and how to design a Passive House. And this is kind of the thing that we use, as I said, to design our project in-house. And I'm just going to hand over to Zoe, who's going to talk about one of our projects.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. So all of before was basically setting the scene of why we're doing it. So we've got the context, the climate emergency, how you do that. And now this is an example of going into detail on one of our projects and how we've achieved it in Lewisham. So yeah, this is an extra care scheme. A big part of the scheme was creating this kind of community space. So like we were saying before, climate emergency and future-proof design is not just about the technology and kind of making buildings efficient. It's also got to be a livable place. And I think COVID's really shone a light on how important these kind of in-between and green spaces are. So that was an important part of the scheme. As you can see, the scheme sort of kinks and forms this really nice communal space, but that also plays a role in terms of its passive house design, which we'll show, I think, next. So yeah, this is a kind of cut through to show that kind of connectivity, how we've created views through the trees, but also kind of opens up at ground level to make it a really, really nice space and communal space. And like I said, it's all about balancing the social and environmental needs of the project, and we've done that through 3 key themes. One is considering flexible design, so adaptability and future-proofing, opportunities for home working. Although this was a project that was designed well before COVID, actually we've managed to capture that within the design. And the second one is this design is designed to be intergenerational, so it's meant to be extra care for elderly residents, but also having a student accommodation there. And the idea is that they would kind of help each other and perform a kind of social support. And the final one covers our kind of passive house principles of making things as energy efficient and net zero ready as possible. So this is the same image you saw before, but on the right, we show the reasons behind the massing. So the first instance, in terms of passive house, like Gina said, the form is really important. So it's making it as compact and as efficient as possible, and kind of reducing the number of kind of cutout elements, which increase the surface area and ultimately create heat loss. So the first idea was to create these kind of 2 solid blocks. And then we cut back in very specific places, which would help with the views and the light, but wouldn't impact the efficiency too much. And then the final part shows kind of stuck on projecting balconies, which again, don't create these kind of thermal bridges, which reduce efficiency. We also had a very, we looked at the facade strategy quite carefully. Window proportions, as we said before, really important, because you need to kind of have a balance between the solar gains, so allowing good gains in winter, so that you're reducing your heating load, but not too much, and providing shading in summer, so that you're not overheating. So it's kind of thinking about very carefully about those proportions on each elevation is really important. And then to go into the second theme of flexibility, as I said before, this was pre-COVID, but we were a bit ahead of the game, and we decided we designed this as a 1+ bedroom arrangement. So you can see there's a study area with a kind of movable door, but the idea is that if someone needed a carer or staying carer, that could be transformed into quite a compact bedroom. So it gives that kind of extra flexibility and for kind of future use. And I hinted to it before, this was designed for a mixed community, so students and elderly people. And the idea is a bit of a kind of almost a social experiment where postgrad students would live there, and the idea is they would get reduced rent in terms of in exchange for volunteering and helping out in the neighborhood and helping kind of do errands for food shopping and those kind of things for their kind of elderly neighbors. This has not been built yet, so like we said, this is the intention of how it will be used, but we'll see if this works in due course. Another important feature of the scheme was having a kind of communal garden, and there's also a communal room that kind of opens up to the garden, so it allows the community to come together. And just a kind of demonstration of one of our other schemes that does this quite successfully, and how that can be a really nice, pleasant space to be. And just a final view showing those kind of balconies and shutters, which provide like access to nature, but also kind of adaptable facade to block out kind of heat in the summer. And thank you for listening.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing this, Zoe and Gina. The first thing that strikes me when I see these designs, both your designs, but also the ones that you shared with, from Kesson Castle Architects, Bell Phillips Architects, or the school from our archetype, is that they're beautiful, that they're just truly beautiful designs. And in particular, there where you've shown kind of the before and after, it really speaks to the power of good architecture and creating, livable environments. And for those attendees who are on the call at the beginning of our day today, I just want to reiterate how important it is for us to create cities for people first, and everything else second, because without the people, then it makes very little sense to try and attract businesses and culture and things like that. If people don't want to live nearby, then it all doesn't make sense. So what you're showing is really truly beautiful things. I like some of the ideas behind what you shared as well, the mixture of students and elderly. I thought that was a really, really novel concept, and for that to be initiated as well from the architect space shows once again the power and the innovative potential that you bring to the discussion. So thank you for that. What I noticed as well was a lot of timber, a lot of wood. Now, Michael, perhaps this puts us in some, I don't know, conflict or not, because I think all of the different building materials kind of go hand in hand and go together. But maybe we can start our panel discussion on this sense, because or on this topic. The types of things that we use, and I know from other architects as well that it seems to be like a race right now. How high can we build timber? How large could wooden structures be? Of course, at the same time, also recognizing the strength of steel. Now, Michael, I'm gonna turn to you first, because the juxtaposition of you sitting in a room that's clearly lots of wood all around you, but
Sweden, right?
Telling us about fossil fuels. But then telling us about steel strikes me. So maybe I'll turn to you first, and let's talk about kind of cost. And I think that's probably always one of these first concerns that people have when they see really beautiful things, when they see the promise of net zero, the promise and the commitment of sustainable building. First question, is this not too costly? Can we dig into that a little bit? deeper?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if I just comment on the wood that's in buildings, that's truly my favorite form of carbon capture and storage, I must say, if you build something out of wood. And I think given the challenge we have ahead in handling building materials, there aren't simply no conflicts in solutions here. Everything can contribute. I mean, we get that quite a lot in Sweden, of the conflict between should you build in cement or concrete or wood. And so, well, if you have a sustainable solution for concrete, let's do both. But when it comes to cost, I think what is difficult here is the perspectives of the value chain and how you view economics in the different parts of the value chain. If I go out to heavy industry, they sell to someone else, which is in fairly heavy industry, and they speak between salespeople and procurement guys, and they look at commodities and they look at costs and indexes and things like that. They very seldom, until very recently, I would say, think in terms of value and what is appreciated when something reaches the customers. I can make a strange example perhaps, but if you look at what is the value of ethylene, well, if you create a ton of ethylene and sell it in the commodity market, if anyone knows better than me, then please let me know. But I think the value might be some 1,000 to 1,500 euros or so. But when you turn this into bags and you sell it in the supermarket, then suddenly you sell it at, like, at least in Sweden, 35,000 euros per ton. And then now we have a tax on that to break or to steer away from those volumes. But including the tax, we pay about 100,000 euros per ton. So for pure ethylene, as an end customer, you pay about the same per weight as you pay for an electric car, more or less, which is kind of strange. And that tells you something, that in the end, the logics of economy is totally different if you are an end customer. If you tell someone to how did they think when they bought a carbon fiber bike, they probably won't tell you how much euros per kilogram of carbon fiber they pay. They like the bike for certain reasons and attributes and so on. So I think these two worlds, I think that's in particular interesting also for the buildings. I hope we can get into that and how the architects and construction industry thinks about that. We see that the car industry is moving in that direction to acknowledge what the customer values, so to say, when they make their choices. So I think we started far from each other in the heavy industry and on the end customer side, but we gradually are moving closer and starting to understand each other's thinking of the logic. And I think that is totally crucial in order to make this shift happen.
Super insightful. Thank you, Michael. Maybe if I can turn to Zoe or Gina, whichever one of you wants to address this question of again, cost. Does beautiful design need to be expensive?
That's
and
really,
then maybe we'll follow up with a question then and a discussion together with Michael, how in fact the construction and architects can work together to address the question of cost. But I'll start with that first question.
Great. No, it's a really good question. And one our clients ask us a lot, as you can imagine. But it need not cost more. I think the point we were trying to make, I guess, was if you think about it and design it in from the beginning, that's the most cost-effective solution. And like you said, it's how you see value. Do you see long-term value for creating a neighborhood for future generations, and which you don't have to knock down and rebuild? That's the ultimate value you're bringing by thinking that way and kind of a long-term view. Passive house in particular is a different way of designing, it's a different way of thinking, and one we've had to adapt in-house to kind of learn and think from that perspective. But like I said, if you think about it from the beginning, it doesn't actually, orientation, massing, these are things that don't cost anything, but they can make a big difference to the performance of a building. Yeah.
I have to tell this story. I remember there was a researcher once that was in the US that was looking at solar panels built on top of roofs in parts of California. And this was, I think, over 20 years ago and something like that. And it turned out that a large number of the panels had been built on the north-facing side of the house. And the reason for that had absolutely nothing to do with generating energy. And it was just this kind of symbolism, of you know, people trying to show to the outside world how you know, sustainable they are intending to be, but the power generation capacity was close to nil on that. So I think we've certainly learned since then, and certainly the combination of energy generation, energy storage, and fully integrating these things into our architecture, both on the roof, but I know as well that there are solar generation capacity that's built into the glass faces of buildings as well. So it may still be early days on that, but if I just dare to dream about you know, lots of high-rise buildings where the energy is being really generated on all corners of the buildings, I think we can envision a brilliant future. Anybody want to comment on that? No.
Yeah, I can add to
Right,
that. No, I can add to that.
Ahead.
I think it's more or less the same point, really. I think roof design is an interesting one because we're never going to get to net zero if we don't actually generate and contribute to the green grid. And it's one of those things that is definitely an afterthought. As designers, probably the roof isn't, and particularly the way it faces, isn't the most exciting bit to think about. But like, if you don't provide the opportunity and you don't, like, from day one consider it, it never gets there. And even if you know, coming back to that conversation on cost, if you can't afford to put the PVs or the kind of solar panels on now, if you design your roofs to allow it for the future, that's always better. To think of it, like, again, it's having that kind of future foresight in the way you design things, and collaboration is a big thing for that as well.
Collaboration. I'm so glad. That's actually a perfect transition to one of our questions from the attendees, and perhaps at this point as well, an encouragement to all attendees to please put your questions in the Q&A box that we have, or put them in the chat, or however you want to submit your questions. Please do feel free. We have one here from Ben Paul that speaks to collaboration. He says, look, construction is the construction, and with it, I believe, Ben, you mean the process of the construction as well, is a major contributor to air pollution because of also things like traffic congestion that, you know, bringing things into and out of the city, potentially even road injuries. So the question is, what measures do both architects do architects, planners, builders take to ensure that it's not just a tick box requirement, but the whole process of construction is more sustainable, and that questions of air quality assessment, construction management plans are, you know, adhered to and an important part of the process throughout, and not just as an end result. It's a bit of a convoluted question, I understand, but really it speaks to the whole process of construction. How can we make sure that all steps along the way are as well emissions neutral as possible?
I mean, from our perspective, we have cooperations with construction companies already today, where we are seeing a more and more increased demand for electrical solutions when it comes to the construction phase. We have today transportable large-scale batteries used for heating when you put paving on the ground, for example, and also how you supply the energy to a construction site is also getting more attention. And we sense, I would say, more and more need for cooperation there, because you're breaking up old structures and old partnerships in how you do things, and you need to think in new ways and basically develop these solutions jointly. And I think that goes for the construction industry as well as others. We need to do things in new ways, and the best thing is simply to talk to each other and bring each other's experiences to the table.
And has that changed, perhaps even as a result of the pandemic? Let's face it. You know, in spite of all the challenges that we've had over the last 12 to 18 months, a couple of things have actually gotten easier, and that's to bring people from all over the world together very, very easily on a call, much like this one, to maybe even get ideas from other parts of the world. Have you maybe been able to connect with your peers in other countries to gather their ideas, which perhaps might not have happened to the same extent pre-COVID? Michael, I'll ask you first, and then maybe.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I mean, a lot of these industrial partnerships we started already before, but things has become lots easier to get things moving. I mean, the pilot plant I showed you, we started that in 2018, well before the pandemic, and we managed to keep the time plan for that, despite a fairly complex project operating through this challenging times, and that would have, of course, not been possible if we wouldn't been able to communicate in a good way. So definitely that's reshaping a bit how we work together, both with existing partners and with new ones. And it's easier to gather people for a discussion and have an exchange now when you have some sort of dominant designs in the way how to communicate via video. I hope I will never get back to 155 travel days a year.
I think that's clearly a learning that we all have, and trust me, Michael, I completely feel your pain on that one. And some of the lunacy that we've done in the past, you know, traveling halfway around the world for a single meeting or two meetings or something like that. It's hard to believe now, and that took place to the same degree. But maybe it will lead us to valuing those moments of collaboration when we do meet face to face even more. So for me, that means also in a change in the nature and a change in the perhaps style of office and commercial real estate as well. And so maybe I turn to again Gina and Zoe on this one. Has COVID impacted the need, or maybe also the design of office buildings as we go forward?
Well, I'd just like to jump back on that previous point and say that we as a practice, kind of the collaboration it's almost made our practice better, because we're more we collaborate more within the practice. I mean, me and Zoe are in two completely different locations, and we work together every day. And that relationship has definitely been solidified by COVID, which is a bonus, really. And then also jumping on the air pollution question, I think it's our responsibility as architects to specify products that are local, so that you can reduce that air pollution from the traveling to and from site. So wherever possible, if you specify locally produced product or local timber or whatever it might be, that obviously reduces the emissions that it takes to get to the site.
Okay, that makes good sense. Now, in terms of, and you showed some designs that are working and living kind of combination designs, and surely that's a trend that has been very, very much accelerated. Not just our homes being places of work, but perhaps our places of work being a little bit more homey, if you will, a little bit more geared towards collaboration. Now, you know, you can put two couches together, but I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. I think it goes into the design, perhaps the interior design, but also the exterior design of both residential and commercial properties. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like I said, this project we worked on was pre-COVID, but it's really coming into its own, that kind of typology of work from home or extra space, which can be, you know, it can be whatever you want it to be. It could be a crash, could be, you know, a playroom. You know, it really needs to be multifunctional. And in terms of an office, we don't work on great deal of offices, but our office in London has become a really kind of sociable, well, not sociable, but like the people who work there, which is now a small group, have sort of like covered the whole office and plants. And I really feel like people are kind of, like you say, customizing spaces a lot more, getting more creative with what they do. So there's less definition on what each space is for. And even the streets, you know, the streets have become our restaurants, and outdoor space has really, really been a massive asset, I think, given the context we're in. So yeah, I think it's a really exciting time, I think, for us as designers to kind of reimagine and build opportunities and make spaces for people.
I love the term that you just used, the spaces for people, because again, this is like a running thread through this. Look, we can stare at a screen from anywhere. We can stare at a screen from an office. We can stare at a screen from our kitchen, our living room, or from from a cafe. But the purpose of an office has always been to kind of bring people together. It's not a place of production. It's a place of collaboration, to my mind. Forward to those separations as well. And as we kind of look towards this hybrid world of maybe going to an office 1, 2, 3 days a week, and then also working from home a similar amount. Again, it will redefine our spaces, but it also, and I'm so glad you mentioned this, so it redefines the spaces that sit between our office and our homes, like the public spaces, the parklets that are being created, having 10 people sitting on a bench where one car, 2 tons of steel and glass used to sit, is a revelation, really. And obviously, for anyone who doesn't know or hasn't read Donald Shoup's work on parking, I definitely recommend that. It talks about the high costs of free parking and how we should actually allocate, the storage space that reallocate the storage space that we have in our public space. So all of the restaurants that have been able to set up shop outside, what a revelation that has been, certainly at least as the weather has been good. But also that, let's get back to the kind of theme of this webinar, is a way of bringing down carbon emissions. Every parking space that is taken and converted into a parklet means that someone is reconsidering on, do I still need to own a car? But it also adds to the value of the properties around it. I don't know if there's any way to quantify that. Can we quantify that? Do we need to quantify it? Is there a value that we can ascribe to the new and differing use of public space? This is a general question. Anyone who wants to address that?
I mean, I can give it a shot from my perspective. I mean, I showed you earlier these bars of, if we are to phase out the fossil fuels, we need tremendous amounts of energy and materials to do that. Of course, if we change our behavior and we use materials more efficiently by sharing, by recycling, by increased circularity of materials, and I really acknowledge the the way that you're looking at it, not knocking down buildings, but from the design, making it circular ready, so to say. Of course, everything you do to use what we produce more efficiently puts it loosens the pressure a bit. It relieves the pressure a bit on how much we need to do. We maybe don't need 5 times more renewable power. It's maybe enough with 3.5 or 4, because we simply are a bit more careful on how we use what we produce. So that's maybe from my angle. It would make life lots easier. And of course, on the margin, if you can avoid building more wind turbines or whatever is there to supply the system, then you have a clear profit from that.
We're just mindful of time, so maybe it's time to have some final thoughts from Gina and Zoe. Any ideas or thoughts that you want to share with our audience before we sign off and all go to lunch?
Yeah, I just thought that was a really good way to end, really, on circularity, because circularity and reuse, taking opportunities of what's around you, also has a really benefit from a social angle, because we as practice, we're not only mindful of the energy, but also the asset for people, and kind of, you know, making a community is all about kind of, you know, investing in it. So seeing the value in the things around you and kind of adding to that is really important.
There it is again, that magic word, community, because community is all about you know, bringing people together, and we can't wait. We can't wait to do that. The irony of saying that in an online forum. There we are. But we are together. We have had a great discussion so far. We're about halfway through our program for today. I'd really like to thank you guys for joining and for answering the questions. There's 1 or 2 questions that just came in. And we'll either try to get those in writing or in the next session. As it is now time for lunch, we have scheduled about an hour for lunch, and we will come back at 1:20 p.m. for the remainder of the program. So from my side, a really big thank you to you, Zoe, Gina, Michael, for your contributions to our program today. A big round of applause from everyone. And have a wonderful lunch. It is 1:20. I hope that everybody has had an opportunity to have a great lunch, and bit of break away from the screens. As we all know, we've spent a lot of time on Teams and Zoom and WebEx and all of these different media. So it's an important thing to remove ourselves away from that. But here we are back on the screen, and we're going to talk a little bit more about bricks and mortar and all of these things that are so much a part of our lives. So we're into the second part of our discussion today on cities, dwelling, and construction. The first part of the day has had super insights from the energy side, from the steel side, from even things like energy storage we talked about, and of course from the architecture side. And now next we're going to hear from someone who kind of puts it all together. I think that's fair to say. If I may say that, Peter, it's a real pleasure to welcome you on the call today.
Thank you.
Peter Runekers is the development director at Argent LLP. We'll talk about the principles of sustainable regeneration at a strategic or at a master plan level, because not just at the single homes or single dwelling level, but at a master plan level. And I think you were going to share with us some examples from Brent Cross Town, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm really looking forward to seeing and hearing what you have to share with us today, as are our 23 attendees at the moment. Welcome back, and welcome to you, Peter. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Lucas.
I hand over the mic to you.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Good to be here. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm just going to share a presentation. I'm going to do a very quick run through on what we've done at King's Cross. So as ever, the proof is in the pudding. You really need to go through it once, at least once. We've done it quite a few times. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about Brent Cross Town. So I'm just going to share my screen now. So if I go full screen. Can everybody see that all right? Is that all right, Lucas? Cool, thumbs up, right. So just a very quick piece. So this is going to be about a little bit about King's Cross, a case study in sustainable urban regeneration, and we're coming close to completing it. My background many years ago was as an architect, and in fact, when I studied, this picture behind me was Lord Foster. He was just plain old Norman Foster at the day. This was a study that was done at King's Cross back in the early 1980s when I was a student at university. That's how long regeneration projects actually quite often take. And then I'm going to come on to a little bit about how we're taking lessons learned from King's Cross and how we're applying it at Brent Cross, and why sustainable construction is so important to us. So this was King's Cross in the 1990s. Some of you who are old enough like myself might be well aware of how it used to be. It wasn't one of the most pleasant places to go through, although it had some interesting spots, notably the nightclub Bagley's. But this is what it's like now in 2019. And I joined Argent back in 2012, and I've done a couple of the buildings on the estate, namely the Havas headquarters, but my primary responsibility has been for this beast here, which is the Google headquarters. And I've also been, what is now completed, the Facebook headquarters onto the north of the site. So this is our 60-acre regeneration of King's Cross. So this is the granary building, probably one of the most famous buildings on the estate, and the King's Cross development gave us many gifts actually, which was a lot of the very lovely existing building stock that we inherited from the Victorians and people since then. And this is the granary building today in, well, actually pre-COVID days, before we were all allowed to gather like this, but hopefully you've been down to the estate and you've seen how we've managed to open up the Spanish Steps, as we call them, in a socially acceptable, distanced way now. So as I said before, it's a master plan of multi-use. There's a whole series of 23 office developments, 17 residential blocks, a mixture of hotel, culture and leisure across it, but most importantly, most of all, is actually the journey of how we got here. So the journey started back in the year 2000, and I won't go through all of these documents, but these were all part of the consultation and process that we went through in terms of engaging with everybody in and around Camden on that. But I think one of the, probably the key document was Principles for a Human City, which was developed by us in conjunction with all of the people around King's Cross and Camden, and that was critical to getting everybody's, as many people as we could, engagement and buy-in, and to make sure it wasn't just purely a developer-led, it was a people-led approach. So what were those 10 principles? I don't intend to go through them all now, but I think the critical one was this commitment to a long-term success. So the beautiful thing about the master plan and the outline planning permission was that it allowed for the development and the process to adapt and change with time. As on an estate development like this, it's going to take many years, if not decades, to deliver out. Economic circumstance, other factors will all start to impact on that. So how does planning principles allow for that? So it was more of a zonal approach. It was a very, very clever approach taken to how we would master plan it, and that made sure that it stayed relevant and protected the value and the sustainability of it for the future. So again, delivering on the promises, you can see one of the early sketches of how we might lighten up Granary Square back in 2002, and here it is in 2012. And this just gives you an idea of since 2008, and remember we finally got planning permission about then for this whole regeneration. It was an outline master plan, and of course, if everybody remembers, that's when the Lehman Brothers went bust, and we had the big global financial crisis. So we were still then able to crack on with the regeneration scheme. Critical to that was getting partners on board like the University of Arts London. They were coming out of central St Martin's and they really wanted a new home. And we were able to bring them on board here, and they provided that really early life. They provided a partner for us who were going to be on the estate for many, many years. The constant change of students, life, and art, everything really added to the estate. And to be fair, you know, people turn around and say, well, in the middle of a regeneration project where you have a whole host of commercial and residential buildings, why would you want students there? Well, they are the people of our businesses, of our society in the future, and so, or a good part of it. So that's why we wanted them right at the heart of the development. But it's also important to that is all of the green spaces. And one of the things that you will notice if you haven't been around King's Cross already is the huge amount of green spaces that we have, but they're not just at the ground plane. Not only do we make use of the existing structures, like gas holder number 8, and new parks, and making use of the existing canal, but a lot of them are actually at the rooftop level of buildings, as you can see here. To make a place sustainable, it needs to really work for everybody through time. And right from the get-go, right from day one, we hosted a series of events throughout King's Cross, and we enlivened the place continuously. So even before we started building the first of the schemes at King's Cross, we actually had events going on. We carried on that. We have a program every year of events that actually just engage the place with the rest of the urban nature of London around, and the societies and the groups around that. It just engages with everybody through the estate before you're actually even developing it. But it's not just about those who work there and who visit there, it's about the children and the families in and around it. So we create spaces that suit all of the age groups. So this is some of the kinds of activities that we have going on. We even have a distillery on the estate, several gyms. There are activity forums for a whole host and range of people and activities on the estate. You've got to keep it wide. And again, looking at that mix, which is absolutely crucial to the economic sustainability of a development, as well as its environmental and social sustainability, is the reuse and reworking that Thomas Heatherwick has done here for us of the coal drops yard to make this our retail and F&B heart. Right from day one, we've created the Urban Partnership, we've worked with Islington Giving, we've got King's Cross Academy, which is one of the 2 schools on the estate. So the whole point of this is to engage with the actual societies who are going to live and work around the place. And of course, we've got King's Cross Recruit. So right from, and this was set in process right from day one. So we knew that we were going to have a recruitment centre on this. We wanted to get people who lived and worked around the estate into work on the estate and development as we went through it. And we needed to provide facilities for schooling for the children as well. But we wanted to, we weren't just forced to. In terms of environmental sustainability at King's Cross, you can see here, I'm not going to go through some of these numbers, I'll let you read them at your leisure. But we've managed to reduce journeys to King's Cross, and we had a big focus on reducing waste and landfill at King's Cross. Give you an idea of what your carbon footprint is likely to be. So a typical person has about 12 tonnes carbon footprint a year. That's the equivalent of a return flight, 12 return flights to New York. And so we've been focusing heavily not just on our operational footprint, but on our embodied carbon footprint. So we're targeting net zero. There are several ways in which we've done this. We had a combined heat and power plant on the estate first. So we had district heating and cooling across most of the buildings on the estate, which provides us with low carbon energy and heating. And we focused on the wider environmental sustainability too. 7 of the BREEAM outstanding offices in London, 25% of all of that outstanding level are here at King's Cross. So the key takeaways from this have been life, then spaces, then buildings, not the other way around. It's not the buildings, spaces and life, it's the other way around. And you need to take a long-term view. You need to build partnerships, and it's that holistic approach to sustainability, not just focusing on the environmental and the embodied. So what are we going to do to take this further at Brent Cross Town? So we want to be even braver at Brent Cross Town, which is now what we're calling our new park town for London. So this is Brent Cross today, and I'll show you an image in a moment, which is the actual regeneration project. But the area that we're focusing on is this green area around here, and this zone all the way around here, not including the retail park, all the way along to this area down here. And as you can see, there's a lot of old sheds and 1930s and 50s buildings. There isn't the kind of historical context that we had at King's Cross to riff off. To give you some kind of location, this is the North Circular. This is the Brent Cross Shopping Centre. So this is the current proposal. So this is the whole regeneration scheme. It's about 3 or 4 times the size of King's Cross. It's 180 acres. We're targeting 25,000 new jobs to be created here, 3 million square foot of commercial space, and importantly for us, 3 times the amount of homes that we will be delivering at Brent Cross compared to, say, King's Cross, so 6,700 new homes. It involves a new Thameslink station at Brent Cross West, and it ties across to the Brent Cross underground. A big focus for us is on, and this is a cracking shot. So if you've been up to Brent Cross and you know these fields at all, as you can see, they're a great gift to the development, and we're doing this in partnership with the London Borough of Barnet. So it's a joint venture between Barnet and ourselves. As you can see, there's very little going on there at the moment, and you can see these kind of football pitches, but that's about it. It's mostly dog walkers, so we're looking to actually improve that and provide more facilities to the estate and to the area around. The first phase of that works is to create a new park, and as you can see, this is the first phase of the development. The new station, which is coming online in 2022, a series of commercial buildings around a new public square, and a new high street that runs through that ties in with a station interchange. It's a real mixed-use development again. We've got Project Play, which we hope is going to be one of the largest sports and play facilities in the whole of London, with a big focus on getting women into sports and play more so. It's not just the usual men in lycra crowd or the buffed up sports freaks. It's for everybody, and we want a big focus on getting a diverse group into sport and play for their health and well-being. But as you can see here, it's a mixture of market, social, affordable, student housing and commercial, as well as retail. But the big focus again, as you can see, is on parks, play spaces and new public squares. But even and I've been involved largely in the delivery, or looking at the delivery of the commercial offices. So around the new Station Square. So even before COVID, we were looking at these key principles of well-being, of health and sustainability. So we're looking at well-being within the buildings, we're looking at the embodied carbon within the buildings, and the way that we actually go about building the buildings through DFMA. We want to make Brent Cross a flourishing town. What do we mean by flourishing? So there is a way of actually measuring flourishing. The UK is ranked about 13th in it. The Danish, not surprising, are first. So we're going to measure with the University of Manchester. We've developed a flourishing index. So we're going to create this index, and we're going to measure people's health and well-being and their flourishing statistics, as it were, from before, right the way, from now, right the way through to the end of the development and through to use. We are pledging to be carbon net zero by 2030. How do you do that? Well, you have a vision about how you're going to do it. You're going to focus on absolutely everything through the life of the development. So it's about the whole life cycle of the development, and we're partnering. So not only are we building low carbon workplaces through use of timber, a large amount of timber in our construction, we're also looking at energy management and the circular economy. So we're partnering with Vattenfall. So at King's Cross, we have that energy centre. Vattenfall are an amazing Swedish company. They aim to have all of the businesses that they work and interact with themselves carbon zero within a generation. We were so impressed by them that we've actually partnered with them to deliver the energy and cooling networks across Brent Cross. This is the energy centre at King's Cross, and we're going to go one better than this at Brent Cross in terms of on-site production. And as I've said before, we're focusing on low carbon construction, which is largely through the use of timber. So, but it's as ever, it's looking at it at all of its aspects. It's not just about the low carbon nature of timber construction. It's that whole sense of health and well-being. Timber gives you great sensory experience. It actually makes you perform better. It makes you feel healthier. It has less off-gassing. It has less VOCs. It's actually just a much healthier environment to be in. So we think that's really important for the people who come in, live, work and play within Brent Cross. And also it makes the buildings vastly more adaptable, and they're designed for reuse, regeneration. So it's long life, loose fit. So we can play around with these buildings much more than you can without increasing the carbon footprint. And then you're just layering on the functioning, all of the things that I was talking about before that we did at King's Cross. So we're looking at schools here, we're looking at engaging with universities, we're creating events with venues for training and socializing there. So it's open to everybody. We're even laying on a sound strategy. So last time we had a green roof strategy, we had a whole series of strategies. This time, one of the key things, sound is absolutely fundamental to our mental health and well-being. So we're developing a sound strategy that we're going to encompass right the way across in the public environment and within the buildings and then spaces in between across the estate. Similarly, a digital strategy, if you don't have that connectivity going forward, you will suffer greatly. So we want to make this the most digitally connected regeneration project in the UK, if not Europe. But you can't do all of that if you're only thinking about what you're delivering now. You've got to look at the circular economy. This here is one of our early partners. So he runs a small company which basically recycles the disposable coffee cups that millions of us use and discard every day into, let me see, more coffee cups. So we're looking at that whole circular economy and how can we deliver that through our delivery processes all the way in the development. And ultimately, this is how we hope it may well look like. And that, and there's some further reading, I'll share this presentation if you like, the various links, but that is a real whistle-stop tour through King's Cross and Brent Cross.
Peter,
that was
the image that you the image that you just shared was fantastic. I love the look of that, and really it makes me very eager to see the finished product. Before I introduce Lawrence, and then of course we'll take questions in the panel session. If I may just mention, Peter, we heard you fine during the presentation, but your volume went up and down every once in a while. Perhaps before we get to the panel section, maybe you change the setting on the Zoom so that the microphone goes from the laptop or from the computer as opposed to the headphones. It may make a difference. As I said, we could hear you fine, but there was a fluctuation in the volume. Just let's see if we can address that before the panel. But what I really loved about your presentation, Peter, is that you brought together so many of the themes that we had in the beginning of the day. Obviously, the idea of first life, then spaces. Clearly, carbon net zero by 2030, very important for all of us and everything that we do, and in particular, looking at it throughout the whole life cycle. We had a couple of questions on that, and including how do we talk about carbon net zero during the construction process. You mentioned your partnership with Vattenfall. Of course, we had a presentation from Vattenfall earlier today, which fits in really nicely. So it's as if it was planned. It's as if it was a grand scheme.
Cunning plan, my lord, yes.
There he is. There we
go.
Exactly, and I loved the visuals. I did not know 40% of the roof space is green, and what a fantastic change that makes to the environment. But it's I understand it's also a good way of cooling buildings.
Certainly is. Does that sound better now if I do that?
It does sound. It seems to be. It seems.
Yeah,
to be.
it's probably because my mic was a bit far. I apologise to everybody for that.
Well, that's all right. I'm sure we will. I'm glad we can address it for the discussion that we have. Now, you said one more thing that I wanted to use as a transition. You said that there's each one of us as Londoners has a 12-ton carbon footprint, and I'll use this as a real cheap way of transitioning over to Lawrence Kemble-Cook, because he is all about footprints, but in a very different way. He's the founder and the CEO of PaveGen, a company that I'm a huge fan of. Lawrence, you may or may not actually know this. I mentioned you and I mentioned your company in one of my books. And in fact, I believe I met one of your colleagues because you have been a partner in the past of the Formula E races that were taking place in Battersea. So I remember your presentation there. I've actually been able to test your product, and it is indeed all about footprints. But I don't want to steal your thunder, and that's why I'll hand right over to you, Lawrence, and have you take us through the magic that is PaveGen.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm just getting my screen shared. So if you can nod to make sure you can see a full screen in about 5 seconds. It's slowly going through the motions here. But Lucas, great, you got to try out PaveGen. Now you should see it. Can you see a full screen ahead of you? Okay.
Perfectly.
Good to hear. Yes, we did Formula E in Battersea, and that was a great project. Now, thanks so much for the introduction. Peter, lovely to hear the story of what you guys are building. I first walked into King's Cross 8 years ago. I got my first office there. and I was there till last month. And I have to say, because of all your amazing work, my rent went up by a multitude of 4 times what I originally paid. But I think that's context to the quality of King's Cross in, I guess, 2012, 13 time. So it's great to see it transform, and it's place very fond to us. So today I'm going to talk about PaveGen, and we're making floors that generate energy from footsteps. So I'm the founder of PaveGen, current Chief Executive Officer of the business, and also a tech investor, an advisor for London Technology Week, and an entrepreneur in residence at Loughborough University. I'm going to talk about the world today and what we call Cities 2.0, the vision for future cities, how we've scaled up and evolved our narrative in the journey throughout that period, and then also our scale up. But I want to start and just kind of frame where we are today. There's 7.5 billion people on this planet, with the majority living in cities, a small amount left during COVID, but not enough to really skew these numbers. And cities are increasingly challenging place to live. Now, you've got sea levels rising because of climate change and huge problems with air quality. So, today, 2.2 million children in Delhi have permanent lung damage because of the air quality issues. And looking at, obviously, the whole reason we're here because of the Camden Clean Air Initiative, look, areas like the Euston Road probably have at certain times similar poor quality air to that is experienced in Delhi. And we need to deal with this. And it's one of the reasons that cities are suffering. One of the reasons that cities are suffering is they've been built for, I think, for machines. They've been built for cars. They've been built for skyrise offices, and with a primary aim of making money for people. The main aim of an office block is predominantly for a return to an investor. They don't necessarily think about sustainability. They don't think about people's happiness. They think about that machine, which is a financial instrument, and it's not really given consideration to humans. The most important things on this planet is the human within the city, within the world. And COVID has been a wake-up call. It's great to see people realizing how awful cities can be and the need for outdoor space, but it reflects this huge problem around the machines in our cities. But there is some good stuff happening. It's not all negative. A third of the world's renewable energy came from renewables in 2019. So there is some amazing stuff happening. Wind is doing fantastic things in certain parts of the world. And my question is, can we make cities beautiful places to live? Peter's done a great job of it in King's Cross, but that's only a very small part of the City of London. So I want to make cities beautiful places. Just before I go into it, there's a quote that I heard recently that I think is really important. I think the last 100 years, human aim was the only life is wealth. We need to make money. This is a quote from John Ruskin. So it was all about making money, and that was the reason for living. But we think the next 100 years, wealth will be life. To be wealthy will be to walk through a beautiful green city, to smell the flowers and really enjoy and be happy in that space. So there's definitely a huge shift between people being financially better off, but actually the life they live in. Okay, so we're seeing this shift, and millennials are going to supercharge that as they become CEOs of tomorrow, and Gen Z even more so. So I think this is a really important phrase to kind of pull together how we see the world in the future. So I'm on a mission to make cities greener and better places to live. And I think that technology has the answer. We've already seen that a third of the world's energy can come from renewables. So why can't more of the world's energy come from other solutions? So I'm on this mission to improve the world through the power of a human footstep, because I believe cities can be a happier place through using the energy of us, the energy we produce, to make it playful, to make it fun. And so we're aiming to be this digital layer across future cities, and I'll talk more about that soon. Now, my journey started in my bedroom with an idea. Here you see a convenient video that may or may not be working for you at home of me building the first PaveGen tile that harnesses energy from every footstep you make. Now, I came to this idea because I was at E.ON, big energy company, and when I was at E.ON, they said to me, Lawrence, you're our first ever intern engineer. We'd like you to find a new form of energy for cities. And I was like, great, off I go. And I went away and I was like, right, we can use wind in cities and we can use the sun, but it doesn't work. There isn't good sunlight in cities. You need to be in a field, in a desert. And to get good wind, you really need to be in the sea. You can't get good wind in urban areas. There's a lot of vortexes where the air moves around buildings that doesn't provide a good way to generate energy from those sources. So I failed at E.ON and I got fired, my first ever job. I was desperately depressed after losing my first ever job. So I spent this kind of 5 years in the bedroom. I built this prototype because I thought, what if I can't use solar? What if I can't use wind? I looked at kicking bus stops, but that was quickly overruled as not the best idea. And I thought, well, rather than kicking a bus stop, why don't we walk on a floor? So I went and built this prototype out of wood. And then I went around cities testing. Do people like to walk on a floor that is a different color that you can see? So a few years ago, if you're walking around Carnaby Street and you tripped over a green lump on the floor, that was probably something I'd left there. And what we found is that people really found it playful. People loved it. And they didn't know what it was, but they saw this thing on the floor and they thought, hey, that's cool, let me play with it. So we learned that it was a really interesting, playful tool in cities. Then the media started talking about the idea and people started trying to buy it. I then had the hard job of trying to make it work. So I had to start engineering this product to work in one of the harshest environments known to man. So here's my first test rig. There was a pair of shoes on there that we stole off one of our engineers to really simulate a footstep on it as well. And we
Lawrence,
thought,
if I can just interrupt you briefly,
take this technology to market? So the first way we looked to take it to market was, we said, could we take it to festivals and get people to dance on it? Now, the reason I wanted people to dance on it is I didn't know if it would last long enough in the King's Cross development for 20 years for people like Arjun to buy it. So I said, let's test it out. So we took it to a festival in Isle of Wight, and people started dancing on the floor and using it to charge their phone. So whenever they danced, they could get some charge. They could see the lighting and the visual representation, and the child even cried when his parents took him away from the paper and tile. I've never been so happy to see a crying child as a result of my actions. However, it was a great insight to know that kids, adults, everyone really loved the product. We took it to a bunch of schools and we learned some interesting things from this. This is the first real test, and listen to what happened when people walked on the tile. So we made energy fun. Some called it the gamification of energy. Teachers were now encouraging students to run, don't walk down the corridor. Usually they'd be saying, don't go too fast. Now they're saying, run down the corridor and generate some power. So kids really loved this idea. So we carried on the journey to make the product work. So we had to test it underwater. We had to ensure it could survive through flooding, through excessive rainfall. And it really was a challenge. So we built over 700 prototypes, and a lot of them didn't work. So we had to really learn a lot. And then Heathrow Airport approached us and said, we want to use the energy of passengers. And we made a walkway. As you walk through, one step would light a light that would follow you along. And they said, look, we really don't believe this is going to work. And
Lawrence,
they installed it. Can you hear me?
Lawrence, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can, and I'm really deeply intrigued by the story, and the story you're telling is fantastic, but we do have an issue that we are still not seeing your video, and this is sadly confirmed by some of the attendees as well. So
can you see my slides right now?
I can see a white screen at the moment, and now we can see the slide sorter and the individual slides, but in fact we hadn't seen the videos previously, so apologies if you can just jump to the slide that you're on and then we take it from there.
Okay, so can you see now a slide from me, a slide saying empowering a community?
Indeed, yes we can.
Okay, and forgive me, I'm going to go full screen presenter mode, and it's just happening now. So give me 5 seconds and we're just jumping into present. Now what can you see? Can you see the whole screen?
We can see that slide. Could you just move ahead one slide, please, to see whether it changes?
Is it not moving?
It's not moving.
Okay,
we did hear the sound.
I've got a someone with a degree in technology, I'm really hoping I find a solution very quickly to this. What we're going to do, we're going to jump into a slightly different way, which means you can all see it, but it'll be within a browser on my screen, so you should be able to see it now. So I'm just going to kill some other slides on here and go from there. So it's nearly as good. So we'll carry on like this, and we'll see how we get on. So
great, thank you, Lewis.
And thank you so much. So while we're in Heathrow, they said, look, we don't think it's going to work, PaveGen. And we ended up putting it in for 6 months, and it went so well, they kept it there for 6 years. So evidently they were very impressed with it. So we persuaded them that actually people would like it. Now, why do people like it? Young people would see it and run towards it, like kids who'd never been there before would suddenly go, what's this? It looks fun. And they'd play on it. Elderly couples would be jumping on it. We even learned from the data of people how fast people run based on how late they are for a flight. Not sure how we're going to use that data, but we definitely got lots of peaks before certain flights departed. And then we had the chance to work on a project that was taking PaveGen to a favela in Brazil. Now, the idea was to use the energy of people playing soccer to turn the lights on and to keep them on. So we went to 24 different communities, and we found one that we could access because some of these communities don't have police there, that it's all centrally governed by local warlords and so forth. So we had to be very careful about which one we selected. And we went to this favela, and I'm going to show like a short video, and we'll just see how this goes. So we installed it in the Morro da Mineira favela in Rio de Janeiro. And what we did is we used this energy of people to provide power for the lighting. And as people walked on the tiles and played soccer on it, it would store the energy in a battery. Okay, so the more people ran, the more power would be created. So what this meant is we augmented it with some solar because we were obviously on the equator, but we provided, say, a portion of the energy for the pitch. But what it did, it inspired a whole community to think differently about energy. They learned in the science lessons, and they could see it taking place outside. So this story of Helena, she was very keen on studying science and engineering, and it really made her think differently about a career in that, rather than necessarily more traditional work they do, being a maid in a hotel, and that's very typical for people within the favelas. So she then actually goes, well, hold on, I can generate power. I'm making a difference. I can be an engineer. So these kids suddenly really saw the difference of what energy can do to them. And we're just doing a portion of it, but it's the narrative of how it can change people's lives because of it. And it was so powerful that Pele, the soccer star, became the brand ambassador for the project. And he cried as he was talking about it in the media. And we won over 27 industry awards and got over 1 billion impressions on the content from that video. And it went so well. We went to do it at soccer pitches across Africa with Akon, the hip hop star. And we started to learn that you can actually start to make big systematic changes in communities through the movement of people, through things like sport. Okay, so there's some examples of how we started to gain our insights of how to make cities a better place, how to make people happier about the environments they live in. So now we realize that PaveGen really sits in the heart of what we call a smart city. You need to put wellness as one of the most important aspects of that smart city. But then it's also about the Internet of Things, sustainability, renewable energy, and it's all got to feed in together. So again, we believe that cities were built for machines and need to be about people. So we've now come up with a concept of the Internet of Beings. It's not the Internet of Things and 1,000 connected devices that we all have everywhere we go and everything in the city. It's about people first, IOB. So it's about humans doing something physical, being healthy, being fit, engaging, learning about sustainability, then having a digital element that you can understand and learn about. So we've done that with our latest floor. This is model 751 that we're on. Our investors were very glad we finally made one that actually worked after all this time. And now the energy from people jumping on this tile with a generator in the middle, it rotates as you walk on it. One step makes it spin. That produces between 2 and 4 watts of energy. Now, it's not enough to power an entire city. It's not enough to power like a house, but we can take parts of it off grid. So we're now still in kind of small batch production mode. So this is our factory, we're hand assembling it. It's made in London. So the transport miles is minimum. It's made locally, and obviously in the future we aim to mass produce it from recycled plastics and lots of interesting things. I'm the least skilled member of the production team, and they don't let me on the line for more than a few minutes because I tend to mess it up. So we defined our product, we made it work, and then we're really lucky to start to work with some of the world's biggest companies and groups. So we're now in 36 countries. We've got it in every sector. So you can put it in an airport, a shopping mall, an office, a smart city. So we've really got use cases now in all those markets, and everyone's slightly different. We've learned a lot about them. So in that, we partner with Siemens, so one of the world's leading infrastructure companies, the Hinduja Group, who are one of the world's largest industrial firms based in India and the UK, a tech company in Silicon Valley, and also secured investment from the Saudi government to help us roll out to all the Saudi mega projects out there. So we're kind of on this mission now to shift the way people see energy in smart cities. It's so good, we've even got Boris jumping for joy on a pave gen, and this was how we coined the term the Boris bounce from his actions. He actually jumped a lot higher than me, so clearly he's doing one thing right, which is his jumping training is going rather well at the moment. So I mentioned about the kind of places that you can use it. I wanted to give some examples of how it can be used, and everything's different. Like, we're still finding our true product market fit in terms of how it can be used and how to make the most amount of impact for an installation. So in Abu Dhabi Airport today, as you walk through one of the terminals between Terminal 1 and 2, it powers the lights in the walkway, and then it also triggers, and the data triggers an interactive game where a plane will take off the more you walk and then slowly go down, and then also show the cumulative data over time. The next really good example is outside the White House in Washington, DC. So we installed 3 arrays that store the energy. Okay, so you could store the energy during the day and use it at nighttime. So all the lights come on for around 7 hours from the energy of people walking in the daytime. We built the world's first smart city in Thailand, in Bangkok, and even taken it to the University of Birmingham, who are one of the first academic institutions to do it. But then going further afield to more adventurous projects, someone had this crazy idea to build a running track on the 4th story of a building in Hong Kong. Now, we actually deployed that project, and now there's a 100-meter running track. And as people run around the track, it actually powers the building itself using the energy of people. So what are they doing? They're keeping fit, they're having fun, they're socializing, and they're providing a renewable energy source. It's a really interesting use case. Now, not all of our projects have been as successful. So Oxford Street, it didn't work. It was a total failure. Now, the product, it worked well. It was installed really quickly. It was put in the ground, and it powered birdsong and also lighting. And it was on Bird Street, which is just off Oxford Street, literally 1 step. But the street became so busy, the neighbors complained, and the council had to remove it. Okay, so it was so successful, there was so much footfall, they pulled it out. So if any of you know any residents of Oxford Street, I'm extremely disappointed in their decisions, and it was a fantastic project. But it just goes to show what happens when these things go in the ground. So we've shown all the different markets. I've got 1 minute left, and we're looking at new ways to use the product. What do we have? We have a magnetic way to make people interact with cities, to love the city they live in, to experiment, to have fun, to generate energy. But we've also got a really cool pattern for generating energy from small amounts of movement. So we're looking at putting it into gym equipment. We're looking at integrating it with solar. So in hot environments, it works well. We've even connected the floor to mobile devices. So you can actually get rewarded on your phone through a Bluetooth signal based on your footsteps. So we can send people discount codes to Starbucks because they've generated enough energy in a certain part of the cold drops yard development or so forth. And then finally gets into using it for vehicles. And that's something we're really intrigued about as a concept. So we're scaling up, we're looking at new solutions like information signage from e-ink screens powered from our product. And we're even doing one of the largest new smart city developments in the world called Blue Tech Park in Las Vegas. So that's coming up very, very soon. So I believe that new technologies are the answer. They need to be done with humans at the core. And our objective for the next 100 years needs to be all about putting people first and making people happy. We've learned a lot through experimentation in different areas, from dance floors to running tracks, but our overall mission is to cover every single floor where lots of people are moving in the world and make their lives better through the power of a human footstep. So hopefully you'll see us in everywhere you walk in the future as we scale up. We've just raised investment, we're scaling our team, we're hiring a lot of people, and we're deploying products in more and more markets post-lockdown now as well. So I'd be delighted to hear questions and reach out to me on social media if you've got any questions specifically, and here it is on this slide. But thanks so much for your time today, everyone.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. What we have here is a true circular economy exercise, because the more, let's put it bluntly, the more energy I take into me, that energy usually is wasted as soon as it hits the ground. It's wasted in kinetic energy, it's wasted in heat and any other ways. So your ability to take that energy, to basically reabsorb it, redeploy the energy, it sits at the core, from what I understand, of PaveGen, and that's what makes it so exciting. Let me start with a couple of questions. First, running track, Hong Kong. How much energy does it generate?
So when someone walks on a PaveGen, it produces between 2 and 4 watts of energy as they walk. So 2 to 4 watts of power will do something like charge an iPhone. So as someone's walking on a PaveGen, you'll get continuous charge. So as someone's running around, you get an extra 30% of energy typically. And the heavier you are, the more energy is produced. So for some reason, the yield in Washington, DC in America was slightly higher than what we see in London. I won't comment on why.
We can speculate why.
We can. Trump did visit it once, but I wasn't allowed to release the data from that moment. But so in the running track, you can charge the lights at night. So we're not talking more than 100 kilowatt hours would be produced annually. It's micro level generation, and it all depends on how many people are there. But it's a constant charge of, I guess, 2 to 4 watts of energy based on every single runner. So if we had 10 runners, you could probably charge an electric vehicle, but it all depends on how many people there are. And so we like to think of it like the tile. It's just a dumb tile. It doesn't do anything at all. But when you put people on it, that's when it becomes alive. That's when it can do stuff. That's when it can interact. And so we're all about the people, really make our product come together.
Super. Thank you. Thank you for that. The other, Lawrence, if I can just ask you to please unshare or stop sharing of your screen so that we can get everybody in full screen as we now go into the panel. I'll have 1 or 2 questions myself, and then we'll turn to our guests who have some questions for you as well. Lawrence, the other thing that impressed me is the science and education aspect of what you're doing, because it's not just about energy generation, is it? It is about getting people excited, getting people enthused about the projects, and the ones that you did in the favelas are key to that. I really like that. But my question is on this. You said that machines got us here, but you're also suggesting that machines or technology can get us out of the, well, kind of a mess that we're in terms of congestion emissions, et cetera, et cetera. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think we're heading into the 3rd industrial revolution, and people are now more aware than ever before. And I think with the right parameters, we can build products that will really help our lives. I think that the internet is an example of a machine that's got far too carried away, and you look at social media and the problems that causes. But I think we can control how we do cities if we're very careful. And I think if you look back at society, we've always found solutions to problems when they come up. So one of my first amazing examples of like an industrial solution or a technology solution that really changed the world were these guys in like 500 AD, these Asian pastoralists, right? These guys, they've invented a new bow and arrow, then they put bone with wood and a bit more bone. So it was a composite. These guys suddenly could shoot twice as far as anyone else in the world. And they ended up like conquering huge parts of Asia because they just had a smart thing of just putting two different pieces of material together. And suddenly it changed the game, because if you could fire longer arrows, you could do more. Now, obviously, traditionally, military developments have always led a lot of our developments, but in the third industrial revolution, we're talking about like let's change the world, let's solve climate change, let's work together, let's make cities better places. So I think with the right governance and the right people behind it and putting the ESG agenda at number one, we're not going to be making weapons anymore. We're going to be making products of beauty that inspire people, and such as, you know, look at Thomas Heatherwick and his beautiful work in Coal Drops Yard, and how this beautiful 3D structure just, it makes you smile. You know, I think we just need to do things that make people smile and intrigue us as the world continues to grow forwards.
Super, super. So we do have a question from our audience, and I'd like to ask Georgina if you could please bring Tanith onto our virtual stage, please, to ask the question, which in fact addresses both of you. Over to Tanith to raise your question, please. Kenneth, are you there to ask your question? What was posted in our Q&A is if there are plans or in fact any execution on using PaveGen in King's Cross, or for that matter, Brent Cross.
Yes, okay. I guess I better go first. Yeah, the answer is yeah. We'd love to give it a go. I'm not sure if we've looked at it at King's Cross, but it's certainly something we'll look at for Brent Cross. We're just starting to look at a whole range of opportunities there. We're only just coming out of the ground, so we've got plenty of time to get it planned in and put in properly. So I don't know, Lawrence, if you've been in touch with our sustainability. I think you have, with our sustainability team.
Yeah, I'm sure my team may have spoken in the past, but as I said, the product's only recently started working properly. So we've got a really great offering now. I'm sure we spoke historically way back. So yeah. I'd love to, I think you should have an email from me shortly, but great question, Tanith, for that. I promise he's not employed by me, but fantastic. But what a great use case. It seems like a no-brainer to get that deep level engagement with people through sustainability. So I'd love to pick that up.
Absolutely.
So there we are, the Camden Clean Air Initiative, bringing everybody together that needs to come together so that we can get this realized. So let me ask another question, and maybe I appreciate that this isn't directly PaveGen, or may actually be related, I don't know. So I've seen similar things, solar roads, solar pavement exercises that have been done, I believe, in the Netherlands and other countries as well, where, you know, this wonderful, huge surface that we have that either bikes or cars travel over, that are solar collectors, PV units. Is that, would you say, Lawrence, more or less energy generating than what you do? And follow-up question then to Peter, is that something that you've looked at as well for your developments? I'll start with Lawrence.
Yeah, so solar roadways went viral a few years ago. I think it was called like Solar Frickin' Roadways was the title that got millions of views.
I didn't want to.
That's the brand name almost. It's the Hoover of it. Now, look, solar as a concept is fantastic. Like solar in the desert is amazing. Like I'm blown away by the plans now to generate solar energy in Australia and then send it to Japan via a subsea supergrid. Like that's amazing. That just works. Now, when you look at putting on a road, you need to be south facing. Not all roads are south facing. When a truck slams its brakes on, it can rip the tarmac off the road itself. So by putting a photo of our cell on there, it's incredibly challenging to make it withstand that. From what I've seen, every solar road project has failed, and from speaking to clients who've installed them, it's all failed. So I wish it worked, and PaveGen works as part of the energy mix of the future, right? So we want a development to be using 80% solar, 15% wind, and then 5% PaveGen. And there's a place in that solar makeup for solar roads, but I haven't seen any data that shows it working properly yet, from more of the environmental challenge of it. But let's see what happens, see if someone cracks it.
Yeah, and similarly, we wouldn't have a problem trialing it or running it through. I'd always, with anything, we'd want to make sure that the energy you get out of it is greater than the energy that's used to create it in the first place. Otherwise, we're just kind of just kicking the can down the road, and we really can't do that. We have a net present issue right now, and that's the one that we're trying and focusing very hard on answering as much as we can. So all of these technologies are great, and they will help us get out of this mess. I totally agree with Lawrence on that. It's just a question of getting the timing right on some of these things. I mean, you know, simple things of who knows where autonomous vehicles is going to lead us to, and also the take-up we've seen certainly in this post-COVID environment, how much the e-scooters have taken up. So and cycling has been massively boosted by the lack of vehicles that are actually on roads. So you could hope, and this is a personal view, that not one of Argent's, that, you know, perhaps we need less roads and more spaces that are more multi-use, and so therefore how, you know, and we travel between places using different modes that are much more sustainable, that rather than the kind of dirty ways that we do it at the moment. So that's what I'm keen on doing. We, you know, any car parking that we put into place now, we have to design, or we are designing it so that it can be multifunctioned in the future, because hopefully we won't need them in 10, 20 years time.
Oh gosh, Peter, you are absolutely speaking my language here. This is this is spot on to our way of thinking, and I think one of the big challenges is, of course, making it as easy as possible to make make alternatives to the private car accessible and use. And as someone who gave up on his private car, gosh, 7-8 years ago in London, I can attest that it's a wonderful and free feeling to be able to rely on plenty of other alternatives, whether it's the bike, even bike share, occasionally ride hailing, car sharing, obviously public transport, and now, of course, yes, scooters as well. And on top of that, of course, comes the data layer that makes it easy through the likes of you know, mobility as a service applications, and or the likes of City Mapper. So anything at all that makes access to these modes easier will drive the transition, and then enable things like, hey, we don't need that parking garage anymore. To be honest, I've spoken to a number of developers who've said, hey, listen, you know, if I have the choice between making a garage and making a residential unit, I'm certainly going to earn a lot more money on the residential unit. So please stop making me build garages. Is there a policy aspect here that we need to take under consideration as well? Because we still have some councils, some cities all over the world that have this, it feels like outdated rule in terms of how many parking spots we need per unit.
There is, but it's, you know, and it's very different. So at Camden, as you'll be well aware, you know, at King's Cross, the amount of parking spaces we got here for the development, putting the actual car park to one side, which is still only relatively small. You know, each of the commercial plots, for example, only have 1 or 2 car parking spaces at best. So it's it's a much more car-free environment here. Barnet, however, is a very, very different place to develop, and it still has a maximum car parking allowance, but the societies and the communities there still rely heavily on individual transport to get around. So it's about how those are being planning for the adjustments as they happen through society. It'll happen through legislation, through policy documents with time, and all we can do is react and plan for what those future changes actually might be, like planning for multi-purposing those spaces in the future, not designing them as mono spaces or mono-use spaces, or allowing them to be deconstructed, easily reassembled and reused. That's the other thing to do, so that you're not creating inefficient spaces that waste energy just for the period that it's there. So you've got to kind of think of these things all the way through the life cycle.
Super, super. Well, it feels like we can talk about this all day, and to a certain extent, of course, in the scope of this webinar, we are, but we have lots. We've had fantastic guests so far, and we're now joined by another guest. But before I get to Andreas, I do really want to express our thanks and gratitude to Peter and Lawrence for sharing your presentations today. Excellent sustainability, clean air, and net zero initiatives that you have. Thank you so much for sharing those. So from all of us, a big cheer and a round of applause. And of course, do please reach out to both Peter and Lawrence. Lawrence, I think you've put your email in the chat, but you've also had it posted, Lawrence at pavegen.com, and Peter, yours is your email.
Peter.runacres@argentllp.co.uk.
Perfect. So if anyone has follow-up questions, please do feel free to address you guys. Thank you so much for this. We are on to the next part of our agenda. I'm really pleased to welcome Andreas. Andreas is sustainability partner at Google, who will share a little bit about Google's approach to carbon in the built environment, starting with its commitment and achievement of operational carbon neutrality for offices and data centers in 2007 already, leading to a recent commitment on carbon-free energy 24/7. I'm really curious to hear more about all of that. Of course, there is a connection here as well, once again, to King's Cross, but I'll let Andreas share all of that. Over to you, Andreas. Please feel free to share your screen.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Lucas. And I think this will be a good transition from what Peter was just talking about around some of the sort of flexibility, adaptability, and thinking about whole life carbon, as I share a little bit about Google's own journey with carbon in the built environment. Are you able to view my presentation now? I seem to have lost the presentation view when I shared.
We see your the entire screen, including Chrome and the taskbar.
How about now?
Now we see the screen.
Okay, fantastic.
Do you want to move ahead one slide just to make sure that that works?
Sure.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Well, as Lucas was saying, my name's Andreas Gier. I work for Google's Real Estate Workplace Services sustainability team. And within Real Estate Workplace Services, we're kind of responsible for everything from the design and construction of new Google office spaces to the facilities that we operate as Google offices around the world. And then we have all kinds of programs that you may have heard about, from our food program to our fitness program and some of the events that happen at Google. And so on the RUS, or Real Estate Workplace Services sustainability team, it's really our job to make sure that sustainability initiatives are built into sort of the fabric of how we roll out these different programs, and that we also look for really the big opportunities to try to push the market forward and explore some different types of pilots around the world. So I'm the sustainability partner for our Europe, Middle East, Africa portfolio. I've been on the team for a little over a decade now, and most of that time I spent in the Bay Area, although I had the opportunity to work on some projects in London, including one that I'll share a little bit about later today. and really excited to be talking to a Camden audience. I moved to Camden Town when I moved out here. I'm excited to be working in King's Cross in the near future when we kind of return to the office and work on some projects in the area. And yeah, I'll be showing one example, specifically 6 Pancras Square, where we kind of show a little bit about how we're actually trying to build a carbon neutral future in the built environments of our Google office spaces. So I like to start with our really high level sustainability mission, which is that we strive to build sustainability into everything that we do. And if we just kind of left that on the shelf, it'd be a pretty thing to take down every once in a while and look at. But I actually think of this as kind of the first big lever that we have within the organization to move forward sustainability initiatives. And fortunately, as an organization, we also get into a little bit more detail about what that actually means across our organization. So it's mostly broken up into 3 pillars that are shown here. I'm going to primarily focus on the first one, which is accelerate carbon-free and circular. I think this bottom bit's actually really interesting for us to consider in the real estate world. Decouple business growth from the growth of carbon intensity and material use. So what does that mean, not only as a company grows financially or with its technology, but actually in our physical environments, as we build out new office spaces, as we hire more employees and grow, how do we actually decouple the growth of our carbon intensity and material use as we have that type of growth as well? Empowering with technology is certainly important, using Google's products, tools, and platforms to inform and enable sustainability. And then benefiting people and places, sharing benefits with communities where we operate. And that's also something that we touch quite a bit in the RUE sustainability team. We have an ecology program that's kind of focused on making sure that our green spaces and open spaces are not only great for employees, visitors, in the community, but also some of the native ecology as well. So the carbon story for us kind of starts back in 2007. That's when we made our first commitment to carbon neutrality. And we actually accomplished it in the same year. And we did that largely with operational efficiency measures in our data centers and our offices, and then large scale carbon offset purchases. All these carbon offset projects were purely additional. So they didn't exist. We weren't buying anything off the shelf. We were investing in new projects. And they also had a lot of like permanence and verifiability characteristics. We were making sure that there was no leakage. So you weren't, just capturing carbon in one side of the system, but allowing it to leak out in another. And when I talk about carbon offsets, I like to actually just show what that means. In a lot of cases, it was methane capture projects where we were working with a landfill to capture the methane that was coming off of kind of the compressed garbage over time. Methane is a really potent greenhouse gas and has a lot of global warming potential. And so capturing that is both really quantifiable and impactful. I think as we move forward, it's interesting to consider what are other opportunities for natural climate solutions, things like tree planting. I think it's tough because it's hard to have some of that same long-term verifiability, but I think the market as a whole there's a lot of interest, and I think we're starting to get to a point where those types of investments can also be looked at with the same type of rigor as some of these carbon offset projects that go back to 2007 for us. So as we were doing the carbon offsets with our portfolio, we also started to make more renewable energy purchases. We started to put photovoltaic panels on some of our big projects in the Bay Area, as well as making wind and solar investments across the globe. And so our next ambition around carbon and renewable energy came in 2012, when we committed to match 100% of the electricity that we consumed with renewable energy purchases. And at the time that we made that commitment, we were only about a third of the way there, which I think is an exciting thing from my perspective, that we started to kind of make these commitments that we were not exactly sure how we were going to achieve. We didn't exactly know how long it would take. In this case, it took us 5 years. And we matched all of our electricity usage across our data centers, across our offices with renewable energy purchases for the first time in 2017. And we've done it every year since. And really the way that we're looking at this is globally aggregated all of the electricity that we're using across the year and making sure that we're matching it with renewable energy purchases in that same year. So you may have heard of kind of our next level ambition around operational energy and carbon, which is to operate on 24/7 local carbon-free energy by 2030. This is a really exciting announcement from my perspective. It was made, so I actually relocated to London about 9 months ago, right about the same time that this announcement was made. And this has been a big focus of our efforts ever since. Because essentially what this means is, instead of looking at a global and yearly scale on renewables. We're looking at a local and hourly scale. And so I want to just take a couple moments to talk about how that changes this prospect. And it's a little bit more focused on changing systems instead of making, large scale renewable energy purchases. So really the first thing that it means is that we need to understand the hourly energy usage of all of our data centers and all of our offices kind of as quickly as possible so that we can understand where are we currently able to match the energy that's being used with local renewable energy purchases that we're already making or are available through the grid, and where are there problem areas, whether that's geographically or if it's a specific time of year or time of day that we're running into challenges. So this is an example of one data center in Iowa, and it shows every hour of the year, if it's green, we're well on track, we're able to match with renewable energy. If it's not green, we have some work to do, and it starts to show us where there's opportunities. And so, I think the first piece of this from a real estate perspective is we need the hourly energy data available as quickly as possible. So that means a lot of metering and understanding what systems already exist and how we kind of bring all of that data together. So it's a bit of a data problem, something that we like at Google. But then it basically becomes an issue of how do we start to solve some of the challenges that we've shown a light on. It might mean load shifting and using less energy in times of the day or times of the year where we run into specific problems. It might mean energy storage if we're able to produce a lot of solar energy in the middle of the day and not at night. Are we able to store that energy short term or medium term so that we can use that energy another time in our building? Certainly, we're going to be looking at every last bit of efficiency that we can squeeze out of the energy that we do use as well. And then a big investment in more local renewable energy purchases. Previous to this, we were able to kind of buy renewable energy from wherever it was easiest or make some really, really big deals. Now we're going to be looking at the grids where we operate and looking to procure energy there. So we're already starting to have some new conversations just based on that part of the commitment. Another thing that I think is worth noting for the real estate world is we're talking about 24/7 carbon-free energy, not just 24/7 carbon-free electricity. And so what does that mean for systems that are existing in our buildings that are based on carbon emitting energy, maybe natural gas in our kitchens or different systems that are powered off of fossil fuels? So I think right now, one of the big efforts for our team is to say, how can we go all electric? What are the challenges in front of us as we start to think about bringing electrification into more and more of our buildings? Where is there maybe issues with equipment, issues with capacity, and how do we start to solve some of those issues? Because this is a 2030 goal, but some of the equipment that we would buy today may still be around in 2030. So in some ways, we need to move really quickly on a goal that's challenging. So that was a big piece on operational carbon, and I think it's an important one, and hopefully something that we can talk about a little bit more as well in some of the Q&A. I also wanted to just share a little bit about our overall workplace strategy around carbon. From a really high level, we believe that creating sustainable workplaces are both good for people and the environment. And as we've worked over the years, I've seen a lot of this in my 10 years at Google. We've thought of ourselves as this hermit crab here. Google has only ever built one building from the ground up, and that's a relatively small office in Sunnyvale. Every other building was designed by someone else, and in most cases for someone else, and then we came in and did an interior renovation. So we think of ourselves as finding these shells and doing an interior remodel, and then moving in and with our Google employees. And I think over the years, it's been interesting to see where the focus areas have been. Certainly, we've been focused on health and the healthy materials, but we've also had an opportunity to start to better understand the carbon impact of interiors materials as well. One of the best examples of this is actually the 6 Pancras Square project in Camden. And this was the first zero carbon certified project in the world through the International Living Future Institute. The ILFI is a great partner, a really interesting third-party certification organization, and they run the Living Building Challenge, which you may have heard of. It's really one of the most aspirational building certifications in the world. And so when they rolled out the zero carbon certification, I think it was a really exciting opportunity for us to better understand how they were thinking about certifying buildings as zero carbon. Interestingly, when that certification came out, the 6 Pancras Square office project was actually done. And we just saw really great alignment between things the project team had done and the certification, and decided to try to run through the building in a certification and actually achieved it. And I'll tell you why. So in addition to kind of all of the operational energy savings that we would do on a normal Google project, this project went a little bit farther in terms of its lighting design, how it maximized daylight, some of the just really interesting systems to try to reduce desk loads and heating loads in the building. So the operational efficiency of the building was really impressive. We then leveraged our carbon offsets and our renewable power purchase agreements to show that the building was operationally carbon neutral. But the thing that the building did that we were less familiar with, across our portfolio, was that we looked really in depth at the embodied carbon of our building materials, and made design and construction decisions based on what had the least carbon in terms of the materials extraction, manufacture, and transportation to site. So we were able to kind of look at different solutions for things like meeting rooms or ceiling tile. We omitted materials in a lot of cases or chose the lowest carbon option to show that we had about a 15 to 16% reduction, and then offset the entire carbon footprint of the building to show that the building was really designed, constructed, and operates at a carbon neutral level. It was a really interesting project for us. It was kind of our first deep dive into doing a whole building life cycle assessment like that. And it's something that we've actually expanded within our own organization, where we now have design guides for low embodied carbon, both for development, ground up construction projects, and for interiors projects around the world. And we're working with the ILFI to try to volume certify a zero carbon approach, so that we will hopefully have more projects kind of following in the shoes of 6 Pancras Square, and hopefully pushing the bar farther and farther as we go. One of the other really exciting things that we did in this project is we deployed an adaptable meeting room partition system for almost all the meeting rooms in the building. There's a few around the periphery, around the core, that are a little bit different than this, but the vast majority are built with this kind of adaptable meeting room partition system that not only is made of wood and has some really exciting kind of insulation properties and things like that that work great acoustically as well as visually, that had a lower embodied carbon footprint up front than a standard meeting room. But of course, it can also be demounted and repositioned around the office. And we think that could happen over a dozen times before you start to see any degradation in the building materials. So, from a flexibility and adaptability standpoint, I think that's something I heard Peter talk a little bit about towards the end of the Q&A session. That's where I think it starts to get really exciting, where, we're at this really strange moment right now, and we don't know exactly what the future of workplace looks like. It probably doesn't look exactly how we expected it would 3-4 years ago. And so flexible elements like this, I think, give us a bit more opportunity to experiment and try things and see what works, and not necessarily have a huge cost or carbon footprint as we experiment. One of the other really cool things from just an experience standpoint was that we actually walked this space with some of the business leaders before the space was occupied, and they were able to say things like, oh, that's actually a really big meeting room. We would prefer 6 phone rooms because we're on the phone a lot. That would just be more useful for us. And we could make those changes before the space was ever occupied. And again, have very little impact on carbon or budget. And so some of the lessons from 6 Pancras Square are really important for us because we're at a really interesting moment. I mean, I talked about the hermit crab approach that we've had, and we're continuing to do a lot of interiors projects for sure, but we're also building more ground up construction than we really have in the past. And I think it presents us with a really interesting opportunity from a sustainability perspective, both to have really high performing buildings with great insulation and the facades and all the different, material properties that we can kind of enhance and maximize, but it also gives us slightly different sets of materials to work with. And, how do we optimize for all of the concrete and steel that we're using now, where we were maybe previously thinking a little bit more about raised access floors, carpet tiles, ceiling tiles, things like that. And all of that lesson from the interior is still quite important, but we're starting to kind of transition to thinking about, okay, what does that mean if we start to build a building ground up construction? How can we think about a low carbon building in that way, not only in the operational sense, but also in the carbon of our building materials? And so I wanted to share a quick case study from a development project that we're working on in the Bay Area, where we're using mass timber construction, which essentially uses cross-laminated timber and glue-laminated beams as the structural elements of the building instead of traditional concrete and steel. And the reason we decided to explore this is we felt like we could build a building on budget, on schedule, with a significant embodied carbon reduction. And as we've gone through the process, we found that that's the case. And there's actually 3 big reasons why mass timber can help with your embodied carbon footprint. The first is, concrete and steel are just hugely carbon intensive materials for the most part. They require a lot of heat and energy to produce, and it's just a little bit, less so when you look at a mass timber product. Mass timber buildings are also a bit lighter. So even though we still have concrete and steel in the foundation, we required slightly less concrete and steel in the foundation. I will say it was really great to see from the team just all the different things they were looking into, not only reducing the carbon impact of their material choice with mass timber, but the concrete mix and where they were procuring the steel, all of that, we were kind of looking to go as low as we could from a carbon perspective. The third, and I think most kind of controversial and interesting thing about mass timber is, if you think about what wood is, it's essentially physically sequestered carbon, right? And if you're able to take that wood out of a forest without overly disrupting that forest system, where you're planting new trees in place of the trees that are being taken out, the system as a whole is continuing to sequester carbon and continuing to function ecologically, there's a really interesting opportunity there. Now, those are big assumptions to say that you can remove trees without having a lot of environmental degradation and disruption. But I think it's a really interesting opportunity. And as we've started to explore mass timber, we've paired that with a very robust, responsibly sourced timber procurement position and requirement for our development projects in the Bay Area, where we're leveraging some of the best third-party certifications around sustainable forestry, as well as starting to define for some of maybe the smaller forests that don't have one of those certifications, what responsible forestry looks like from our perspective, and start to have some conversations with the supply chain about what good wood might look like. So it's an exciting opportunity for us to consider. I think it's one that comes with some big questions in addition to some kind of big opportunities, but has definitely been interesting to explore from a sustainability perspective. So with that, really appreciate the time and look forward to any questions later on.
Super. Thank you so much, Andreas, and thank you as well for picking up on, once again, a lot of the themes that we've talked about throughout the course of today, such as the use of timber in construction, which is great. The living building certification, I'd like to dig in a little bit deeper when we get to the panel part of this. I'd like to learn a little bit more about that. And of course, the fact, and as you said, and surely unsurprisingly, because of course, as users of your product, your core product, it all starts with data. And that, in fact, gives us the opportunity to build, and starting with data and the idea of when is actually energy, not just electricity and energy being used during the course of the day, and that there are, of course, peaks and valleys in the use of that energy. That feels to me like a very good transition now to Joe. Joe Warren, who's the managing director at PowerVault. PowerVault is a leading manufacturer of energy storage systems for homes and small commercial properties. And energy storage is, of course, kind of the key to unlocking and to neutralizing those peaks and valleys of renewable energy generation. But I'll leave it to you, Joe, to take us through all of the details, and then I look forward, Andreas, to catching up again with you and Joe together in our panel that follows. Finally, if I can encourage everybody who is attending and listening to please feel free to put your questions in the Q&A. Joe, over to you.
Thank you very much, Lucas, and a very interesting conference so far today, especially this morning. Let me just see if I can present my screen. Okay, so as Lucas said, my name is Joe Warren, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon. And I hope that what I have to say will be an interesting complement to what's gone before. Just to give you a bit of background about PowerVault, we've been going for almost 10 years now, and we manufacture batteries for people's homes, but also for small businesses. We're also responsible for creating an internet cloud-based system which can control all of these batteries and build what's called a virtual power plant. So by making all the batteries do the same thing at the same time, we can provide the same sorts of services as a power station. Now, most of our customers are actually, end users are actually homeowners, but we usually sell our product in conjunction with partners, so B2B2C rather than directly to consumers. We have won a lot of awards, and both for our product and our business, which we're very proud of. And we're also proud to be a bit of a trailblazer and have a great track record in our sector, responsible for a number of firsts, including the first recycle battery and the first proposition combining a smart tariff and an energy storage device. I'm going to tell you a bit more about some of those innovations later on. So we see PowerVault as being really the hub, the electrical hub of your home. And the fact is our base product can store solar energy from your solar panels, put it in the battery, and rather than exporting that energy later on, we can use that energy to help power things inside your house and save you money. Now, we can also charge up with energy from the grid when prices are cheap, and again, use that energy to offset your consumption. We also have the ability to send energy back into the grid if the grid's got an emergency, and we can pay homeowners to do that. Now, in addition to controlling energy with solar panels and smart tariffs, we've also been using the intelligence inside the PowerVault and also inside our cloud to help to optimize what we do to help electrical heating systems, so hot water systems and electric heating systems, and also to optimize the energy consumption of people with electric vehicles. We often find that when people buy a PowerVault, they spend quite a lot of time looking at our portal, and this really shows them how their energy is flowing around their house. I'm going to show you some pictures about that later on. But what tends to happen is people will quite often see maybe they're consuming energy in a strange way and will go and investigate and then get some additional benefits from reducing their energy consumption. Finally, I mentioned earlier that we launched the first recycle battery on the market. We've been taking batteries out of electric vehicles and creating what's called a second life battery. So that's where you take a partially used battery and reuse it. So we have both a brand new battery and a recycle battery option. And then also we've been looking at our product, what parts can we make from recycled plastics to really make that product as ecological as we can. So this is a bit of a close-up of the PowerVault system, and this is our smart battery. It's got a large inverter and charger, which means that it can send energy back into your home or to the grid at a high rate of 5.5 kilowatts. We actually sell a number of different sizes of products, so we can tailor our product to be exactly the right size for your house. Most people in the UK consume around 10 kilowatt hours of energy a day. Some people consume more, some people consume less. So it makes sense to have a battery that's sized exactly right for your property. I mentioned earlier we've got a brand new and a recycled battery option. We also collect a lot of data, second by second, about what the battery's doing, and we can use that to optimize the performance of the battery. But also, using the clever technology that we've got inside the battery, we can look at what the grid is doing and do, for example, what's known as frequency response and other grid services. So look at the grid, and if there's a problem, we can send energy into the grid to help deal with that issue. Now, it's fair to say there's a lot of press about what's happening in energy at the moment. And, the fact that we're having this conference is an indication of the fact we're going to be undergoing a revolution, a complete change in the way that we generate our energy and consume our energy. And that's having a lot of challenges to different people in the sector. So, as consumers, actually read this morning in the newspaper that we're expecting to see energy prices rising again this winter. And households have been experiencing a steep increase in energy for as long as I've been in this sector, which is 15 years now. So you'd think that the energy suppliers will be making a lot of money, but actually they're also experiencing challenges. There are a lot of big shake-ups. There are new entrants, challenger energy suppliers, a lot more competition in the market, price caps. These things are eroding the profits that energy suppliers can make. And they're also leading energy suppliers to think differently about how they can provide the energy that their customers need. We're seeing a lot of issues and challenges really in the local network. So these are the people that run the wires into your house. And those challenges are coming from a number of areas. As we move towards net zero, we're going to have to run our cars with electricity and heat our homes with electricity. And that's going to put a huge amount of pressure on the local network. But counterintuitively, at the same time, there's actually too much solar power in the local network as well. And many of our customers phone up and say they would like to put more solar panels on their property, but they're just told that they can't because there's not enough room on the network in that area. It's not just locally that we have challenges, we also have those challenges nationally. An article here about blackout that happened a few summers ago. And those challenges take various forms. Sometimes we have too much wind energy in the grid. Sometimes we also have sudden fluctuations in the grid, and the grid is changing. The types of generation on the grid are changing, which is making the grid more volatile and harder to manage. And finally, this is all going to cost the economy, cost us a lot of money as we move into this transition. Often see estimates in the billions or potentially even trillions of pounds that will need to be spent to take us to net zero in the next 29 years. So we see home energy storage and power vault and our cloud and the clever stuff that we can do as really one of the solutions to these problems. And what we've got here is a picture of the electricity grid with the homeowner at the left and the generators at the right, so the traditional grid, but also in the middle of the network and embedded generation. And since 2014, we've been selling our home energy storage systems to customers and helping them to reduce their electricity bills, so we can help there. We've also realised in this time period that a lot of electricity suppliers really want to provide products to their customers that will help them on their journey to net zero, and hence are very interested in working with us. So we've been working very closely with EDF Energy and a number of other energy suppliers who really want to help their customers benefit from these new technologies that can help them get to net zero. If we look at the local network, we can help to discharge energy in the local network. We actually just help simply by being in the network. I'll show you some examples of that a bit later on. But we can also help nationally, both the national grid and also help to reduce energy costs across the whole sector. So I'll give you an example here and some examples. These are graphs which are from our customer portal, so it shows customers what's going on in their system. And this is a very basic example, and basically we've got the top graph here is the energy that's being used by the customer. So anything that's red is being imported from the grid, and then during the day you can see this customer has solar panels. So this yellow energy is supplied by their on-site solar generation. And then this blue energy here is provided from the power vault. And what we can see is on the bottom graph, we've got the solar generation over the day. So in the middle of the day, when they're not using much energy, you can see that quite a lot of that energy goes into the battery and then it's discharged again in the evening. So helping to reduce that energy consumption at peak times. We are seeing, and we have seen actually over the last 10 years, an increase in the amount of energy customers are using, and actually many more of these sort of large spikes of energy from things like ground source heat pumps, air source heat pumps, electric vehicles, and so on. So we heard this morning, it was really interesting to see Phil from Octopus give his presentation about all the different clever tariffs they're doing. We are starting to see in the market different price tariffs. So I wanted to show you an example of some of the clever things that we've been doing to optimize the use of our batteries, taking into consideration a number of factors. With our cloud, we've got a connection to all of the batteries, and we also have a connection to understand what the price of electricity is going to be. And every day what we do is we look at what the weather forecast is going to be. We look at what the customers historically used in their energy consumption, what the price is going to be. We can work with either a clever dynamic tariff like this Octopus Agile tariff you can see here with the price going down, but there are actually also other tariffs, simpler tariffs out there that maybe just have 2 or 3 prices throughout the day, which we can also work with and optimize against. What we do is we work out a schedule, the smart store schedule, that basically determines when the battery charges up and discharges. And by doing that, we, for example, charge up overnight and then discharge at breakfast, charge again from solar energy during the day, and again offset peak energy. And by doing that, we can reduce customers' energy bills quite considerably. In this example, getting down to around 2.5 pence per kilowatt hour. Now, this is driven by 3 things: smart meters that can meter everything half hourly. It's driven by the clever smart tariffs that are coming out from people like Octopus. And it's also driven by what's known as half-hourly settlement. So that's really the thing that gives electricity suppliers the ability to go and get that price from the market to pass on to their customers if there's suddenly a price drop or a price increase. Now, one of the interesting things is that the price is actually, it's not perfectly linked to the carbon intensity, but it is a bit linked. And actually, I had half a dozen examples of just at my fingertips. I didn't particularly pick this one especially, but just on this particular day, I had a look at what the carbon intensity was of the grid at different times. And you can actually see when we're charging up overnight, the carbon intensity is very low. I'll talk about why that is in a bit more detail at the moment, but potentially, I guess you'd have guessed it's because there's a lot of wind energy overnight. And then when we discharge, we're doing so when the carbon intensity increases. And then again at peak times, we don't necessarily hold back and discharge at the very highest peak, but we do capture some of this higher intensity carbon. Now, one other very interesting thing is the energy mix. So what you can see here is a graph of what was generating the energy on that day. And we've got effectively this flexible baseload of gas energy, and you know, at that low carbon time overnight, there's very little gas being used, and most of the energy is being generated by wind. It really does show how far we've come to see how much of the energy here is either from wind or solar or hydro. Now, about 10 years ago, I was sitting in a conference a bit like this, although face-to-face, and I, for the first time, heard about the fact that a lot of wind farms were being paid to turn off and paid not to generate energy. And I actually went and had a look when I was preparing this presentation at whether this was the case during the time that we were doing this agile optimization on this particular day. And the interesting thing is you can see this slither of energy here is actually wind energy, which has been paid to turn off. About £250,000 was spent in this period of 7 hours to pay wind farms not to generate energy. Now, at this time, because of the low energy price, we were actually able to charge up and make that situation a little bit better. And you could imagine that tens or hundreds of thousands or even millions of batteries could eliminate this problem from our networks. This graph here shows the energy, the blue line shows the energy being turned off, and then the cost of that as well during that time period. So, the other thing we can do is not only helping the national network, but also helping the local network. And I think it's fair to say when we started out in 2013, 2014, home batteries were pretty much unknown quantity, and a lot of the local network operators, I think, it's fair to say, were a little bit suspicious about home batteries and a bit worried about what they might do and whether they might be harmful to the network. But actually, we've received a lot of support from a number of distribution network operators. The first being UK Power Networks, and in 2016 they funded a groundbreaking trial, and they basically showed that batteries could reduce peak demand by 60%. That was actually our first and second generation batteries, and you can see if you look on the graph from our portal, that's not surprising because the peak is at 4 to 9 p.m. and we really are literally taking customers off the grid at peak times. So even just by being there and optimizing against the smart tariff, we can make a significant impact to the local network. Now, we've actually gone beyond this recently because a number of distribution network operators, including Western Power Distribution, have been paying people to provide energy at peak times. And we've got this map in the bottom of the slide showing the areas of the southwest where there are quite serious constraints. And we've done some work actually exporting energy, so sending back more energy to the grid than we're taking at peak times, in conjunction with EDF PowerShift and helping Western Power Distribution. And we think this is hugely important. It's important because we need to be able to deploy our electric vehicles and our heating systems. And currently, we do have a lot of areas in the country where there are constraints and problems. But as I said earlier, we also have the problem that the network is also basically full of solar energy. And at the moment, it's very hard to connect additional solar power to many parts of the country, particularly in the southwest and the southeast. One other thing that we have done is basically to make our batteries smart so they can monitor what's called the grid frequency. So that's normally 50 hertz. And what we do is if the grid frequency goes up, that means there's too much power in the network. So we can then charge up with that power. And if the grid frequency falls, that means that there's not enough power. That could happen if a power station fails or if the interconnector to France goes down when we're importing energy. So what we can then do is suddenly discharge our battery and provide a burst of energy for a period of time. Now, each battery monitors the grid frequency where it is, and it responds individually and autonomously. But what I've done here is aggregated up all the responses of hundreds of batteries to show you the aggregated effect of that. We also have a number of schemes where we can pay customers for participating in schemes like this frequency response scheme and the previous one with the distribution network operators. So just wanted to finish by saying we're really pleased and proud of our batteries. We feel like we've provided some great technology. We can charge up with solar energy, we can import clean energy, reduce customers' bills. We're moving demand away from peak times. That means that we can reduce carbon. It means that we can help wind farms to generate, which will otherwise be turned off, paid to turn off. We can help the national grid and the local grid, but we still got some barriers that we are facing that we really need government to help with. And what we're really asking for is a commitment from government now to take action today. We can't wait until 2050 or close to 2050. We need to act now. And in our market, we need two key things. The first is we've seen today both what Octopus and Phil Steele said this morning and what I've covered in my presentation, how much potential benefit there is from introducing smart tariffs and smart metering. We've done a great job starting that process. We need to finish the job off. We need to get those smart meters installed, and we need to unlock market-wide half-hourly settlement, and we need the government to support that. The other thing is that anybody who's here today can go out and buy a bag of coal or a drum of oil and pay just 5% VAT on it. But if you want to buy one of my batteries, I have to charge you 20%. Now, I just think that's wrong. My customers, you all want to do the right thing. And we think that clean energy technologies like batteries should be charged at the same rate as traditional energy technologies, coal, gas, oil. So we're calling on the government to reduce the VAT rate, ideally down to 0%, but failing that down to 5%. We think it's so important that we don't penalise people for doing the right thing. That was basically all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for listening, and I really look forward to any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Joe. Super insightful, and also for that summary at the end of things. What's next for energy storage? I do have a couple of questions right up front. You did mention you're using both second life batteries and new or virgin lithium-ion batteries, presumably. Where are you sourcing the second life batteries? Because I know that let's say the flow of vehicle batteries isn't quite yet there to give us a lot of available second life batteries. So kind of A, what proportion of second life versus new do you have, and B, where would you be sourcing them from?
They're very good questions. I mean, it's been in the press as a matter of public record that we've worked with both Nissan and Renault, and our system is capable of taking batteries from those manufacturers. We have been doing work on that, pretty much continuously actually since 2013. One of the key challenges with second life batteries is that because they've been worn out a little bit, you need additional electronics to manage the state of charge. So a lot of people come to it thinking that the second life battery will be a third of the price or 70% off. Unfortunately,
it's not at all, is it?
It's not really. You don't make a massive saving. So what we tend to find is the customers who really want to be really green and are happy to pay, for that feeling of having something that's really almost completely recycled, will go for those second life batteries. But many customers, will probably end up buying a new battery. Then it's really important to make sure that you've got that ongoing recycling at the end of life. There's an enormous number of regulations about that, but then also designing your product to be recyclable and reusable is also important. So it's something that we've taken into account on the new battery side of things. I think as the number of electric vehicles increases, we're going to see the cost of second life batteries falling, and effectively making that an option that more people would want to take.
Now, of course, we don't necessarily need to take the batteries out of the cars, in fact, to provide homes with energy. And while, of course, that's the model behind Power Vault, but I'd love for you to address the idea of V2G. And the context of that is of course, in the US, the single best-selling vehicle for 40 years running is the Ford F-150, which is this big pickup truck. And it's now being released as an electric model. And one of the advertising claims in this electric Ford F-150 is that it can power your home for 3 days. And of course, be used for things like construction sites and things like that, where otherwise, of course, we might be using either a horrible diesel generator or an energy storage system, like perhaps yours as well. So we, of course, have similar models, similar V2G capabilities. I think your partners, your automotive OEM partners, in fact, are involved in that as well. But I'd love for you to address the potential of V2G and how perhaps V2G and energy storage in the home can maybe work hand in hand.
I think, well, first of all, let me say that I'd never considered that my journey to net zero would be via a Ford F-150, but, who knows?
Yeah, you have to take them as they come, I guess.
But more seriously, thinking about vehicle to grid, we've got a massive challenge on our hands. We need to completely revolutionize and transform the electricity network. So there's not going to be a silver bullet where one technology swoops in and solves all the problems. We're going to need to do everything, really. Obviously, with vehicle to grid, it's not going to work very well if your car is not at your house, if you ever leave your home during the day to go somewhere. I also know, looking at my own street, there are 200 houses and there's one electric vehicle. And even just looking at the energy that you would have to get into that street to power 20 electric vehicles, we're going to start to be on the edge of what's actually feasible. So I do think we're going to need more than one technology to be used in conjunction. The other thing is, I think actually vehicle to grid provides potentially some opportunities. It is helping to stimulate interesting new smart tariffs, which obviously people can also benefit from if they've got solar power or batteries. So I think we need to think about all of these things as being, good things that we can do holistically together, rather than it being one being a winner and someone else being someone who doesn't win.
I completely am with you on the same page there, Joe, that yes, it goes hand in hand. Addressing your concern with the 200 homes on your street, the head of the National Grid seems to suggest it is not a problem at all, neither at the production nor at the distribution level. So we actually do have, broadly speaking, the infrastructure in the UK, although perhaps in your street could be a bit different, of course, the way some areas of London in particular have been built up. We may still have some renewal works to do. So absolutely true on that. I do want to turn now back to Andreas and perhaps your use of energy storage, either at 6 Pancras Square or throughout the Google Office network. How much energy are you storing, and how are you using that?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think there'd probably be a different answer if you were talking to folks on the data center side of things, because I think they've been thinking a little bit more about load shifting than we have until recently. But with the 24/7 carbon-free energy commitment, I think it's something that we're absolutely going to be looking at a little bit more than we have. We also have, I think, new opportunities with some of our districts in Bay Area, where we've just had a lot of growth, and we have a lot more buildings and employees kind of concentrated in a few different cities, and starting to think about a little bit more a district strategy to achieve this 24/7 carbon-free energy goal. And, it's interesting to see some of the policy changes that are also taking place in the Bay right now and around the world, where new construction projects are being required to be all electric. And I think they're thinking about how do they not only transition, their grid and have more buildings be all electric, but actually start to think about taking out some of the natural gas infrastructure that can leak and provide some of the emissions issues in addition to kind of the actual end use of natural gas. So probably not exactly an answer to your question, but yeah, I think we'll definitely see a lot more of it in the future. It's definitely going to be a big part of our 24/7 strategy.
Super, super. But I did promise to ask the question on the living building certification at 6 Pancras Square. If you could just share a little bit more about that, because it does seem, you being literally the first building in the world to receive that certification is something that we all on this call as panelists and attendees can frankly take some pride in, given that it's frankly in our backyard.
Yeah, sure. So the 6 Pancras Square project achieved the zero carbon certification through the ILFI. It's kind of, I think it's their newest certification, and it's one that's focused basically on operational carbon neutrality, as well as actually an embodied carbon requirement, and making sure that that embodied carbon is being completely offset for a design and construction project. They have a lot of different certifications now. Their first one was the Living Building Challenge, and I think that's still kind of their marquee program, where there's just, I mean, it really touches everything in the building, from energy, water, waste, the materials and healthy materials program. And really their approach to healthy materials is how we started working with them over a decade ago. They really want to deeply understand every product that's going into a project. And so while we actually have never had a project pursue full Living Building Challenge certification, we do have one development project, actually Charleston East, the one that I had a rendering of in my presentation, is pursuing the materials pedal, which requires that we really are looking at every single product from the core and shell to the interior, reaching out to the manufacturer to understand, do they have any potentially harmful chemicals, and how do we optimize different types of products? And really that's just the materials pedal. Actually, that's just the health portion of the materials pedal. We also have to address construction waste and FSC certified wood, Forest Stewardship Council certified wood. So it's a very robust certification. We're pursuing the water pedal on another project in the Bay Area, where it's a little bit more simple conceptually. We need to produce more water on our site than we use, but how we actually do that in practice, it's kind of like 24/7 carbon-free energy. In some ways it rolls off the tongue, but actually how you address it requires so much holistic attention to every little detail of water usage. And so for that particular project, it's a 3-building, over 1 million square foot site that has commercial kitchens, that has a lot of drinking water. We were never actually going to be able to produce our own potable water, drinking water. And so the way that we've addressed it is we actually have a wastewater treatment plant on our site that not only treats all the wastewater from our building, it also is able to accept wastewater from our neighbors, treat that in our building, and give it back to them as recycled water, which they can use for irrigation, for toilet flushing, instead of using drinking water. And so we were able to use the systems of the building at kind of more of a district scale to accomplish the intent of the certification. And so I think that was actually a really exciting moment for ILFI as well as for Google, where we took one of their certifications that I think is generally applied at smaller projects and applied it at actually the scale beyond the building, starting to think about shared district systems and how we can work with our neighbors and start to kind of move the needle on something as important as water in the Bay Area.
Which as we well know is a huge topic and growing increasingly critical. I did want to get into one more thing as well, because you have experience now both building and building new buildings, presumably on greenfield or brownfield sites, as well as surely remodeling or refurbishing or reimagining buildings as they are, and surely there's a very different carbon footprint to each of those models. Do you have a preference, one or the other, or how do you address the balance of carbon between either, again, reimagining a existing building versus building a new?
Yeah, I think there's huge opportunities with renovation projects, and some of my favorite projects I've worked on, there's a Spruce Goose Hangar project in Los Angeles. We're also doing a really cool adaptive reuse project in Munich right now. Huge opportunities to kind of revitalize a historic space and make it usable, have opportunities to bring the community in and share the space as well. So I think there's amazing opportunities certainly in the remodel and renovation side of things. With new construction, I think it's just been a really interesting new opportunity. You know, when I started at Google, we were really only doing renovations, and before I moved out to London, I was focused really heavily on development projects in our Sunnyvale district in the Bay Area, and just the opportunity to think about creative structural elements, what our opportunities there are around concrete and steel. You know, concrete's such an interesting thing. It's so ubiquitous in this world, and it's so carbon intensive and energy intensive. And you know, one of the big opportunities we have is to reduce the amount of cement in our concrete mixes, and largely that's through coal fly ash and steel slag right now. Are those the long-term cementitious replacements of the future? I'm not sure, right? And if they start to become less available, are we either going to have an additional reason that coal power is good and needed, or you know, financially viable, or are we going to have alternatives in terms of cementitious replacements? Because ultimately, going back to 100% cement is probably not a great sustainable solution either. So it's been exciting to get to explore a little bit more on both sides of kind of the renovation interiors front as well as the ground up construction front.
I'm smiling a bit because there's another, of course, there's another Silicon Valley individual, his first name Bill, who has recently written a bit about the use of cement and the carbon footprint of cement. Do you dare comment on that, or should we just leave that part here, Andreas?
Well, no, I haven't seen the article. I mean, there's probably a few bills that it could come from, but I probably have a sense of the one. Yeah, I think it's been really interesting to think about mass timber and what it looks like as an alternative structural material. How actually right now, a lot of mass timber buildings still have major concrete and steel elements, but we're able to use a little bit less of those materials and think a little bit more creatively. But we're also looking, basically, we're currently doing a study where we're looking at the future of structural materials in a whole building life cycle assessment analysis, where we're saying, okay, what is the future of steel? What is the future of concrete? What is the future of mass timber? And how does that start to play out in a life cycle assessment? And there's reduction capabilities across the board. And ultimately, it's maybe going to be a bit of a race where these different products are actually trying to market themselves and trying to figure out what the sustainable future is. But certainly, yeah, going backwards to less recycled content is probably not something that we want to end up at.
Super, thank you a lot, Andreas. One more question for Joe before we kind of wrap up our panel here with just some final thoughts from each of you, and maybe Joe, you can combine the answer to my question and some final thoughts as well, and that's regarding the advantages or disadvantages of using energy storage at home level or at SME or at a commercial level, as opposed to having some major grid level storage systems?
Sure, and I think that's a good question. I mean, one of the things that I mentioned earlier is I do think we need to do everything. We probably do need some central storage, some local storage, different technologies working together. I mean, certainly what we're hearing from our own customers is that there are challenges locally, more on the inability to connect any more solar generation locally at street level. It does seem crazy that you have got constraints at peak times, as we saw in my presentation with the map, like large areas of the country where there's just not enough capacity to get energy into those streets, but you can't connect solar panels because there's no capacity to export energy either. And then really the only way we're going to be able to solve that is down at street level. So yeah, we do think about it. The other thing is that actually, if you've got a battery in your house, that's the only place it can really help you if there's a power cut. It doesn't help if it's stored somewhere else, unless of course you've got an F-150. But more seriously, just my final thoughts. I'm really grateful to be given the opportunity to come and talk to everybody today about what we're doing. We're really excited about the future. I think it's a great sector to be in. I do think we have a really, a good future for the sector. So yeah, it's been really interesting for me to hear, Andreas' presentation, other presentations as well today, looking at all the clever things that people are doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Really appreciated your insights. Some the answers to the questions, and of course your presentation, which I think gives us a lot to think about. I hand over to Andreas now, and then we will close this part of the program, and I will then hand over to Georgina, who is of course our gracious host and organizer for this from the Camden Clean Air Initiative. For also some final words and a video that we're also very much looking forward to. But before we do, over to you, Andreas, for some final thoughts.
Yeah, just similar thankfulness, just to be able to engage with a Camden-based audience, to have these types of conversations feel so valuable. I've so enjoyed coming out to London and Camden from the Bay Area, and it's just been really refreshing to have conversations around carbon, around timber, around battery storage and renewable energy. And so it's been great to kind of get to hear from other folks about what they're currently working on and really interested in. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to collaborate. I didn't drop my email in anywhere, but it's just my first and last name, andreasgier@google.com. I'm happy to connect with folks on LinkedIn as well. But really enjoyed the day, and I'll look forward to the video. Thanks, Lucas.
Super. Thank you, both Andreas and Joe, and of course a virtual round of applause to both of you. Without further ado, now I will hand back over to Georgina, who has some thoughts and yes, indeed, a video that we greatly look forward to. Racing Green, over to you.
Hi, thank you very much, and thank you to Joe and Andreas. That was brilliant. I'm not going to take up too much time. I just wanted to quickly introduce myself and the Camden Clean Air Initiative, and then I've got a little video to show as well. So my name's Georgina. I am the Programme Manager of the Camden Clean Air Initiative, which is the group that's organised this event today. We are getting close to the event, so as I said, just going to do a little introduction to what we're doing and then tell you a little bit more about Racing Green as well. So the Camden Clean Air Initiative is a not-for-profit action group. We're based in Camden, aiming to reduce air pollution across the whole borough. Really community focused, so we work with 4 key groups: households, workplaces, schools and hospitality businesses, providing resources and support and guidance on how to reduce air pollution, among other things. We also have a number of borough-wide projects, including our Parklets project, increasing electric vehicle infrastructure around housing estates, increasing the number of air quality sensors around the borough, and also looking into the indoor air quality of schools and how we can improve this. We of course run events such as this one. We also had a cycle ride back in May, the Camden Clean Air Cycle. And I could go into a lot more detail about everything I've just said. So please do get in touch with me if you'd like to learn more about what we're doing around the borough. For now though, I would like to share a short clip to tell you about Racing Green, which is our podcast series. It explores the world of the people and the companies that are accelerating green change. So if you found today's event interesting, I think this podcast is for you. It covers lots of topics covered today, as well as many more. So I'll share that now, and then I will pass back to you, Lucas, to close the event with some final words.
Welcome to Racing Green, a podcast that explores the ideas, innovations, and influences making waves in the journey towards a sustainable future for our planet. Join us as we investigate the new challenges, ingenious solutions, and the undiscovered opportunities that lie at the heart of our rapidly changing world. We aim to accelerate a new era founded on optimism and impactful collective responsibility.
When the CO2 rises in a room to 1,000 parts per million, that is the equivalent for your cognitive performance of having 2 pints of beer.
Formula E is now the first sport that can announce that it's net zero since inception.
There are areas that need to green, and the right solution for that is hydrogen. So it absolutely needs to be part of the story.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Georgina, for that. And let me just to conclude by saying, hey, listen, today we have had a dynamite program. A big thank you to the Camden Clean Air Initiative and Georgina in particular for putting this together. What we have seen is creativity. What we've seen is passion. What we've seen is true innovation. And what we've seen is leadership as well. It's the sort of leadership that we expect from a city like London, because what we've seen here are great examples from across our borough, but also across London, and the sort of leadership that creates a lighthouse effect. London has led the way in a number of different ways, whether that's through the congestion charging or the ultra-low emission zones, through initiatives like that impact the way we get around, but also the way we live in our city. And that itself is one of the reasons so many other cities look towards London for further leadership. Events like today, where we can come together, learn from each other, perhaps even here and there, create some business contacts, but most of all, share our passion for clean air, for smart cities, smart mobility, all of these things. Well, that's really what it should be all about. So with that, a big thank you as well to all of the attendees for all of your questions and all of your thoughts, and for sticking with us throughout the course of the day. We look forward to once again doing this event at a later date, and of course, hopefully live. See you soon. All the best from my side. Back over to you, Georgina.